It's the poop. It's the poop.
Y'all hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey,
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, red line the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was disgusting, it's whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect,
This ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your disrespect and just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. 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 Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. thought we forgot,
if it doesn't get paid.
but we never forget.
What do you want me to change this for?
This one's for the room.
Change the first.
We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize.
Kind of build.
All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy day. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our roots are trees. We know it's rhythm and grace. And now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit so by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every blood, every soul, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans.
This power been the 20. I don't know why. Like, no record.
We the first, we the root, we the five, still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipt. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered.
That's the great spirit.
Okay, so we move to the first. HBO.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here,
They continued immediately.
this what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear.
So you want me to change the auto page?
We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here.
no money on that card.
Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. These came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you.
Move the auto pay first. Doesn't work like that, Brittany.
You waving your flag on our soil,
Not how it's set
we're
up.
fighting not to go back home. You waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every break known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it.
Trying to play with me that I don't really understand. You understand? Goodness for you.
Mike Larry, man.
What you got?
You did it again.
So
We're really making history.
let's do this one.
Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that?
Go inside. Just go in the building.
Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
You
grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all in black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more Wi-Fi. Still in my culture for all these years. About time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Y'all still hate us outside, study dope, vampires. It's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, need a cool face. The agent type, the cool face. Like the gym, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact.
shit on this.
Y'all proud where y'all from. Where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FDA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought at the difference. That's the call. Do you like that?
Never. You're always like in the comfort
Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that?
When you're in a comical state, that doesn't make any
Do you
sense.
like that? Do you like
Because you're
that?
always talking about, I'm tired.
No
No,
care.
Brandy, you're always talking about, you're tired. I'm tired. I don't get no sleep. I need to. Oh my God, cuz. Oh, you're doing.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white people.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live in resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
I mean, you gotta be careful what it is I'm communicating. Not when you're half asleep. Hearing me and acting on what I'm saying. It's two different things. Take your own advice. You communicate. You don't communicate, Brandy.
Listen,
you
it's
do
not about me. I'm not
random spur of the moment shit.
Just communicate. That's what I'm saying. Start now.
Okay, Brandy. I got a lot of shit to do the next 2 weeks.
Talk about it next time.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che Nkrumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che. And we got our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Crew, we can't have you and Shabaka up here at the same time. So if Shabaka's up here, you can't be up here. And vice versa. We don't need the bullshit tonight. We really don't. On this season 6, episode 20, part 3, continuation part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is Trump ceasefire. Let's pull it up on my phone. Donald Trump, aka the dump as a human shit, almost started World War III. Then we got Donald Trump defeated by Iran. Ceasefire sparks debate. Black Americans respond to U.S. and Iran ceasefire. Trump furious over ceasefire coverage. Calls out CNN. Ceasefire broken. Israel strikes Lebanon as U.S.-Iran deal falls apart. Strait of Hormuz is still closed again. And then foundational Black Americans discuss Democratic Party, accountability, and reparations. Or did they? Black troopers expose racist supervisors win $1.6 million. The history of Asians aligning themselves with white extremists. And last but not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver/Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. And we did an episode yesterday. Make sure y'all check that out. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel, my personal page, Just a Paris, aka Chan Krumah. So we stream all the city council and local Denver events, Black events, like Carl Black Roundtable, all that type of stuff. Then we got Lady Shay's Seduction Doll YouTube channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that channel. And then sub up to her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA, which hopefully she'll be doing one tomorrow. And then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet One. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube as well. And then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Kukizi 5100. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel as well. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia by way of New York. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, Breeze Omega. He just passed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who was originally from Watts, California, now in Houston, Texas. And he just surpassed 2,000 subscribers, fast approaching 3,000. So salute to Church. And I was just on his platform a few days ago with Torian Ram Reloaded. And then we got, last but not least, our brother Black Truth United, who's on hiatus right now, but he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. So the links to submit your business to the Rolodex are in the description, and the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description, and yours truly is in there for my political work. And then we got the Council, the Congressional Black Caucus, and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The petition for that is in the description. Then we got Brooks Call to Action. The link to Sister Brooks Call to Action is in the description for the Freedmen's Borough in New York. Working on creating one. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. And then we got the 103-year-old Elders GoFundMe, who's on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. and I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human and people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition, in all 9 of 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, produced justice.com. And when you're a black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, a master teacher who passed away exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 about 2 weeks ago. And shout out to our FBA.
Full life.
And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaka, what you got?
Okay, what's going on? Greetings from Sin City, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasant 79 degrees right here. Okay, my kind of weather, you know what I mean? And greetings to Goddess Navi. You know, I saw her there.
Hello, Goddess Navi.
Yeah, she's in the chat.
We got our favorite troll in here, unless they put the wrench on him.
Okay, who's the favorite troll?
This is Down Regal.
Bop him upside the head. Get your ass up out of here, Trick. Exit stage right.
Salute, Goddess Navi. Thank you for tapping in.
Mm-hmm.
We got Crew in the chat. He trying to get up here, but I don't want y'all beefing, so I'm not bringing Crew up if Shabaka's up here.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, brother. I really do.
All right, thank you, Crew, for putting him in the corner for 5 minutes. You might have to 86 him, though.
Yeah, that's that damn Regal again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Regal, you're a punk, okay? And the reason why I'm calling you a punk, Regal, because you never come up here, you're getting your head bumped, paying all that money on that ragged-ass Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, I ain't got my Mercedes.
And he's stupid. You know?
All right.
But keep it all on a positive note. Okay. So following your lead, Brother Che, and and getting back on the dumpster, right? Okay, so you know he's losing support within his own man is because they having some type of dissension that's going on with his cabinet. Okay, it's because you have to understand Trump is not a war veteran. He's not a military veteran. The bastard got 5 deferments, right? So he's got JD over there in Hungary. You know what I'm saying? And JD, he's just as bad. But the difference between JD and Trump is at least JD's a military veteran, a war veteran at that. So, you know, although I don't dig JD, you can't take that there away from him. You see what I mean? And then on top of it as well, too, I'm watching Trump fall by the wayside, man. And, you know, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, Goddess Navi, a 3-time draft dodger. Trump is a joke. You know?
Yep. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on did Trump almost start World War III?
Yeah, he did. And it could still happen. That's the scary part.
And happy new Blacc Media Appreciation Month all April long.
Mm-hmm.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. Before we get started with this morning's briefing, there's some housekeeping we need to do first, a couple of changes you should be aware of. For the last few days, people have been leaving comments or sending messages saying that the Cash App link wasn't working, that there were problems with it. I've had a chance to look into it, and long story short, I spent a while trying to see if they could fix the problem, only for them to instruct me to just delete the old Cash App and start a new one. The new link is shown on the screen and in the description. So the people who have been having problems, I can only apologize, but this isn't new. I've never been fond of Cash App because it's always been problematic. Cash App has a bad reputation for a reason. It's pushed largely to Black people, which I find suspicious. But recently it's gone from occasionally problematic to just plain unusable. I personally don't use it at all. In fact, I recommend that everyone use one of the other platforms like PayPal or Venmo. I've never had problems with them. Anyway, that's the info. The old cash tag is no longer valid and the new one is on the screen. The links on the videos have been updated, so all future videos should reflect the change. Hopefully, this will solve the issue. Regardless, I appreciate everyone's patience on this, though again, I would direct everybody to use one of the other platforms instead if you're able to. All right, that said, on to the morning briefing. There's an old saying, adversity doesn't build character, it reveals it. And that's certainly been the case during Trump's little game of brinksmanship the last few weeks. Seems this Easter, the eggs weren't the only things cracking up. The orange man's been falling to pieces in front of the world. First, he puts out a profane rant on Truth Social, and next he was threatening to destroy Iran for all time. Well, if he was trying to scare the Iranians, it didn't work. If he was trying to scare America's allies and a lot of moderates in the US, including many of his own supporters, well, he succeeded with that one. You know you're a screw-up when you manage to get both Keith Olbermann and Tucker Carlson, of all people, to agree on something. All day yesterday, we were being told that the end of the world was imminent because Trump said he was going to erase Iran from the face of the earth basically by that evening. World War III was trending on Twitter, and while I'm glad people were paying attention to world events for a change, I was dismayed that people actually thought that the same guy who's running around trying to buy things for himself was seriously contemplating starting a third world war. You know, it reminded me of when people were saying Vladimir Putin was going to start World War III in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin has 2 daughters. Did you know that? One of them is 39 years old, the other one's 40. He's got at least 3 grandchildren, but you never hear Vladimir Putin talking about them, do you? Keep in mind, this guy is an old KGB spy. He understands what to keep close to the vest and what's safe to say publicly. When it comes to his daughters, he doesn't have them doing any interviews, and he never talks about them himself. Most of you didn't even know that Vladimir Putin even had children or grandchildren until I just told you. He's amassed all of this wealth for them. And if nothing else, Vladimir Putin is all about legacy, mainly his own. Now, do you think this career KGB spy did all of that? That he ran all of those people into the ground, that he killed all of those rivals, that he stole all of that wealth, that he ran all of these would-be critics into exile, just so he could start a war that would end with his own children and grandchildren dead? Or even if he put them in some underground bunker, they would wind up with a world where they wouldn't be able to enjoy all the money and wealth and opulence that he had stolen for them. Really? You think that's what he did it for? And the orange man is the same way. I'm not saying that these guys are motivated by any sort of altruism or sense of decency or restraint. Obviously not. I'm saying that they've got more on their minds than just whether they'll get their way by starting a war. You can put these guys in the crazy section, but not stupid. This isn't me saying the situation was under complete control. What I'm saying is it was never spiraling out of control. Now, we were told that this was the closest the world has come to a nuclear war since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Family, with the Cuban Missile Crisis, you had a direct standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union just 90 miles off the coast of Florida, with nuclear missiles armed and aimed at the United States. You had the U.S. with nuclear missiles in Turkey, which was the entire reason the Russians put nukes in Cuba to begin with. And finally, you had the U.S. put a blockade around Cuba to prevent the Russians from bringing in any more warheads or supplies, and Russia's premier, Nikita Khrushchev, threatened to break the blockade, which would have meant starting direct military hostilities against the U.S., which would have most likely escalated until there was a nuclear exchange. Now, in this case in Iran, do you see any nuclear powers facing off with the U.S. over there or anywhere else? This isn't to say that China doesn't care. They do. They're allied with Iran, and so is Putin. But even so, they're not committing their troops, they're not committing their planes or their ships to protect Iran. Sure, they'll give Iran intelligence on what U.S. targets to hit in the region, the same way the U.S. has done to Russia and Ukraine, but you don't see Russia, China, or anyone else crossing the line into directly protecting Iran. The only ones who would actually throw nukes around would be Israel. Iran isn't the only one facing an existential crisis. Benjamin Netanyahu is also trying to figure out how to stay out of his own political grave and out of a prison cell, and he'll do anything to make sure that happens. And on a side note, people were running around like chickens with their heads cut off yesterday, panicking about what can be done to stop Trump. The Iranians weren't the ones saying that. These people in the U.S. were. And the online pundit types were waving papers as usual and saying that Trump can't annihilate Iran because that would violate the 1948 UN Genocide Convention. Yeah, because there's a lot of countries like Pol Pot and Rwanda and Bosnia and the Israelis in Gaza. They've all been religiously devoted to making sure that they observe the UN Genocide Convention stringently, right? And this is the reason that you listen to the Blacc Media, because just a few days ago, I addressed specifically that issue, the UN's Genocide Convention, which the United States is exempt from because that's the condition that the U.S. demanded if the UN wanted the U.S. to sign on to it. So sure, the U.S. has its name on the Genocide Convention, but part of the agreement was you can't enforce it against the U.S. unless the U.S. Senate agrees first. Now, has there ever been any country in the history of the world that has told foreign powers, yeah, come on in and go ahead and hold our guys accountable for crimes against humanity? Where the hell do they do that at? The U.S. not only is exempt from the Genocide Convention, but it's openly complicit in genocide, such as the Israeli genocide in Gaza. It's amazing how you have so many of these white leftists and others who are demanding that Trump be removed from office for threatening to commit genocide against Iran. But I wonder how many of these same people were demanding that the 25th Amendment or any other constitutional measure be used against Biden to forcibly remove him from office after he actually armed and actually supported Israel in committing a genocide. Biden was the one who allowed the Israelis to begin their genocide against the Gazans, and this is also what led directly to the pressure against the Israelis, including at the ICJ, that now has Benjamin Netanyahu's back to the wall and got him feeling like he has to go for broke or else. All right, so if Donald Trump never actually truly intended to start a nuclear war and he was trying to find a way out of this mess, then what's Trump's true goal? How could he think that this might help him? As I see it, Donald Trump has two objectives. First, he's been trying to stack up his money as much as possible. This is why he's just openly accepting bribes, and he's set up that crypto coin of his, which has netted him a couple $2 billion so far. And of course, Jared Kushner is doing similar things. The entire reason Trump was so desperate to get back into the White House was because the Democrats were burying him under a lawfare campaign. And they were doing it at the state level, where even a future Republican president wouldn't be able to pardon him. And worst of all, the Democrats had demonstrated that they could win these suits. They could make the charges stick. And secondly, this is why Trump is doing Netanyahu's dirty work for him. The Zionist zillionaires who run the Israel lobby told Donald Trump that they would bankroll his 2024 campaign, but the condition was he had to promise to go after Iran. No excuses. He had to topple the regime no matter what. No American president, including Trump during his first term, had ever been stupid enough to make a promise like that or even to attempt it because they knew what a mess it would become. Even Donald Trump knew that during his first term, but this time around, he didn't have a choice but to enter into this devil's bargain. Sure, he could have waited until after the 2026 midterms, but that would have been a hell of a roll of the dice. I think everybody can agree that Donald Trump got very lucky with how the economy went for at least the first 3 years of his first term. But we now see that his Midas touch has become the minus touch. Everything he touches disappears, especially money. Trump's problem is that he knows the lawfare campaign the Democrats were waging against him isn't going to stop when he leaves office this time. If he's going to fend off these legal attacks by the Democrats or pay what will be colossal civil judgments against himself, then he's going to need a gigantic war chest. And that's why he's stacking up the dough any way he can. At last count, he was up to $4 billion, but as they showed in New York, the orange man sucks at being a businessman, though he's great at being a swindler. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu and his buddies were telling Trump, you got to topple the regime in Iran any way you can. You absolutely have to do this. And I'm sure that the Israelis were also telling him that once you start dropping bombs on Iran, why the people, they're so ready to overthrow the government. They can't wait to have a revolution. Why they'll be flooding into the streets. They'll be toppling the Republican Guard. They're going to run the Ayatollah out of town, if not kill him outright. And of course, they're going to run out all of his friends and family too, while the government will fall immediately. You just got to get the ball rolling. Okay, well, the U.S. has been dropping bombs and Israel's been doing the same thing for the last 4 weeks now. Where's this massive popular uprising by the oppressed masses of Iran? All of these people who the white media, especially the white television media, have been telling everybody the people of Iran were ready to overthrow the government. All of these folks assuring everybody that, oh, those people are so oppressed, they just can't wait for an opportunity to overthrow the government. Okay, why hasn't it happened yet? If it was going to happen, it would definitely be now. But then again, we've been here before. You had the exact same cast of characters claiming that the people of Iraq could not wait to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Once the U.S. starts with shock and awe, the people will be in the streets, and why they'll be dragging Saddam Hussein to the gallows themselves. Except that's not what happened. The people of Iraq put up a fight. Even after W toppled the Hussein regime, you had the people of Iraq and a lot of foreign fighters who came in to start an insurgency. And you didn't see the people of Iraq rising up against the insurgents, now did you? That's how it went in Iraq, and that's how it's going in Iran. See, that's the problem with having all of these Israelis who are in Hollywood and such. They create all these propaganda pieces where they show themselves as basically being the smartest guys in the world, and they like to show all of their enemies as being the most hated people in the world because they assume that if they hate someone, that means everybody else does too. And then they actually buy into their own gibberish, and this is the result. The Israelis were selling a narrative that Iran would basically tear itself apart if the U.S. began dropping bombs because the people are so fed up with the regime and can't wait to overthrow them. But reality would have shown you the opposite if you bothered to pay attention. And that's the reason why Donald Trump's in the fix he's in. He's looking for an off-ramp, but he wants to do it in a way that will allow him to save face. At last report, the Orange Man says that some muckety-mucks in Pakistan told him they're going to try to put together the finishing touches on a deal with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, considering that the Israelis keep dropping missiles on literally every one of the Iranian negotiators and government officials they can, the question is, who's even left for the Orange Man to make a deal with? This was an escalate to de-escalate scenario that Trump played out. Once he realized that he had painted himself into a corner, he decided to ramp up the rhetoric. That way, people would be so terrified of what he might do that they would forget about the fact that he doesn't have the ability to finish the fight that he started. He wanted an out. And if he chooses to pursue this, then this would be his out. Now, there is one little player in this particular drama who hasn't been mentioned yet, the Democrats. At this critical hour, when the Democrats' croakings of doom seemed to be coming true, that Trump was going to take the world straight to World War V, we would blow right past III. What has been the response of the loyal opposition? What are Democrats doing about this out-of-control lunatic, this senile old scumbag Trump who's about to blow up the entire world? What are the Democrats doing about it? Well, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has posted a very strongly worded Twitter tweet. That'll show them. Well, with bold leadership like this, I sure can't wait to get to the polls in November and vote for the Democrats. Can you? This is the closest that the world's come to the end since the Cuban Missile Crisis, allegedly. Now, you would think the Democrats should be tripping over their own shoelaces to come to the base of the party, to talk to the most dependable voting bloc America's ever had, and be eager to make a deal. But you'd be wrong. They haven't done anything, haven't said anything. And I've been telling you this for years. Shouldn't they be ready to make any sort of deal in order to get Trump out of there, or at the very least to get themselves into a position where they can push back? Except they haven't been trying to push back. They've just been trying to get over on people. After all, wouldn't anything be better than Trump crashing the economy or starting World War III? Not according to the Democrats, because they're sticking to the script, the same old empty talking points, even now. They don't see Donald Trump as the threat. They don't see the impending collapse of the economy or the possible end of the world as being the single biggest problem that they have to prevent. It's Black empowerment and the fundamental changes that it poses that they're really scared of. They're certainly more scared of us than they are of any World War III scenario. So any of the shills, plants, agents, and ops in the comments section who try to tell us that the Democrats want our vote, no, the Democrats just showed they will literally do anything to avoid having to produce for Black voters. And no, it's not just because they were so preoccupied with Trump's shenanigans the last few weeks. Trump has already said that he's postponing the apocalypse again, and you don't see Democrats coming to us now. If this wasn't enough to get Democrats to put aside their policy of strategically ignoring us, then what will? Democrats' entire policy is to get back into power, but to do it without promising Black voters anything. People spend all their time talking about red lines, red lines. The U.S. had red lines that the Chinese better not cross, and that everybody's got red lines. Yeah, well, for the Democrats, their red line is anything having to do with producing for Black voters. That's the red line they're not going to cross. They make it a point to leverage crisis for their own benefit, but they don't want you leveraging crisis for your own. And this incident isn't even important enough for them to question the very group of foreigners who caused this to happen in the first place. The entire reason all of this is occurring is because of the outsized influence of the Israeli lobby. So what Democrats are proposing legislation to finally rein these guys in, to finally dismantle their apparatuses after all of the danger that they've exposed the U.S. to. Where's the Democrats' policy of containment for the Israelis? There is none. We didn't get to this point by accident. We got here by degrees, one step at a time, constantly making excuses for Netanyahu and his regime year after year, which eventually became decade after decade, until now, even with the alleged possibility of a third world war, nobody wants to stand up to the Israeli lobby. At least nobody inside the Beltway does. So now that we've had an alleged brush with nuclear war, when are some of these suckers online going to ask when the Democrats will move to change the status quo? Yeah, it's easy to talk about invoking the 25th Amendment. It's difficult to talk to the zillionaire Zionist donors who you're expecting to bankroll your campaign because money is what ultimately rules politics in the big leagues, right? It's not about having a winning message or about appealing to voters' interests. It's about who's got the biggest war chest. That's what they mean when they talk about playing the game. I've been saying since at least 2015, Donald Trump isn't the problem. He's a symptom of the problem. The racism, the political corruption, the foreign influence, these things didn't just come into existence when he ran for office. They've been part of the American fabric from the very beginning, and both parties have been complicit in it. And it's good that he's there because now people are finally demanding that something actually has to be done by the Democrats to attack the policies of the white right and to actually stick up for and defend the people who voted for them. And the Democrats are showing they don't want to. For many, many years now, there's been a political and social roadblock in the way of progress. Things have to come to a head before there can be forward movement. Barack Obama was an attempt to contain what was almost a revolution in 2008. The leaders of this country on both the right and the left feared the possibility of people being in the streets in 2008, and worse, the reality of people in the streets in 2020 more than they did the last 30 days in the Middle East. Because those years were the only real threat to their existence. They know what to do about a nuclear war. They can run to an underground basement, be spirited away to an undisclosed location. But what do they do when the threat is the very people that they've oppressed and lied to for centuries? People who are not on the other side of the world but right in their faces. They don't have any nuclear weapons for that one. Donald Trump's not the only one who's facing a crisis and desperately looking for an off-ramp that will allow him to remain in power but not have to lose face. The only difference is, at least with the Orange Man, everyone knows better than to expect him to look out for anyone else. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Fresner Peralt, Alice Ransom, Minnie FBA, Stephen 12, and Jacques Hargett. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, once again, the professor's dropping knowledge, man. You know, Donald Duck, man, he's got to be impeached, but they don't have enough votes on the Democratic side, you know, to get the actual conviction, you see, because as you know, an impeachment is just that you got a notice to appear in court. The key is to get him convicted. And until the president is removed from office, Brother Che.
Get him impeached for what, though, exactly, Shabaka? Like,
okay,
if you were listening to Professor Black Truth, he said, Trump not the problem, he's a symptom of the problem. So we're going to get rid of him and replace him with what?
Well, the only thing you can replace him with is J.D. Vance, you know. But the only difference between Trump and J.D. Vance is that J.D. Vance is a war veteran. You see, Trump is not. And then Trump is ego tripping, number one, severely. And then, you know, he's got old elephant ears over there with him, Dumbo, who's probably telling him what to do. You see what I mean? You know, they need to impeach him over there where he is as well, too. I'm talking about Dumbo. You know who I mean, right?
Yeah,
it's all about
he shouldn't even be in the office.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. And then on top of that there, too, is that Trump is ego tripping. You know what I'm saying?
No, he was Ohio. He was the governor of Ohio, not Indiana. When was he the governor of Indiana? I'm confused.
No, he never was the governor of Indiana. You know what I'm saying? All right. And then, too, is it's all about this money, right? Now, let me give you something that I just saw, Brother Che, is that on the news it was talking about, you know, is that the gas prices are not going to go up. Keep in mind, they're not going to go up. But these motherfuckers don't ever say about the prices going down. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the key right there. See, so if he was to do something right, or J.D. Vance, or that hypocritical Congress, you see what I'm saying? They will pass a damn law, man, to make the damn gas be no more than $3 a gallon. You see? But then you got corporate greed with it. You got Wall Street with it. You got the stockholders with it. And I think, man, about a year or year and a half, man, we was talking about, you know, the preferred stock versus the common stock. Just like that trick from Pfizer says, our only duty is to our stockholders. That's the problem right there. In regard to the fuel, that is. You see what I mean? And then, of course, too, with all these ships that they're sinking over there in the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, or what have you, look what that is doing to the ecology.
Yeah, it was
you see what I'm saying?
Pence that was the governor.
Yeah, you see. So look what that there is doing to the ecology. Okay, and then Goddess Navi, okay, you out there in California, no gas price decrease is ever spoken of, but only seen when it's allowed. You see, now that's what I'm saying. See, Goddess, this is chess, not checkers. You see what I'm saying? And then what they're gonna do, just like the clip that you did on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced with Lisa Cabrera, Che, is that they forcing the gas price up, right? So of course, to the truck drivers, the diesel fuel is higher, so they getting paid less. That's a hell of a job doing it. So they're going to be charging more. Then when it gets to the loading dock, you see what I'm saying? You know, they're going to have less personnel, so that's going to slow down the production. You say, you know, from the loading dock point of view, because everything that you use, man, that you could feel or touch, computers, laptops, dishes, man, tools, starts on the loading dock somewhere. Yeah. Same thing with the railroads. You see what I mean? And so Donald Duck is drunk with power. Okay, number one. Two is he's very, very egotistical. See, that's the problem. The dude is too much of it. You know, he's in love with himself. He's narcissistic. You see what I'm saying?
Narcissistic, yeah.
Yeah, narcissistic. Now out here, man, I told you, Brother Che, 2 weeks ago, man, I'm paying $4.50 for a damn gallon of gas out here in Las Vegas, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know, man, that shit is up to damn $6 fucking now?
Jesus.
Yeah.
I think it's still hovering around 4 here.
Yeah, okay, so y'all are doing good. Now, California, if it's 6 here, it's damn near every bit of $8 in California. You see what I'm saying? And Goddess Navia is out there. She could probably give us some feedback on it when she gets a chance, because she's out there and near the Palmdale area, you say. And then, two, all what this is going to do, Brother Che, is cause a chain reaction in the economy. Okay, people is losing more and more of shelter. You see what I'm saying? Fit for human beings. Because this place where I'm at, man, I saw 5 people move about this damn place, man, like in the last 2 weeks. Okay, and I got to be moving up out of here. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to be on a house hunt tomorrow. You see what I mean?
That's
but if I had to go,
they're talking about in this chat. Crow, is that for regular or is that for premium? The 450. Okay. All right, go ahead, Shabaka.
Yes, sir. Okay. Now Goddess says that she's lucky. She's at 569 at 7-Eleven.
Jesus.
In
That's for
Palmdale.
regular. That's
for
for
the regular.
$5.69.
Yeah, at 7-Eleven. Now, Goddess, okay, you have to be careful about getting that 7-Eleven gas, okay? I don't know what kind of vehicle that you have, but you got to look at your owner's manual, okay, to get the full performance out of your engine. Is because, see, what will happen is if you got the wrong type of gas in there, it's going to stress out your engine. So therefore, then you got more in auto repair. So then they're going to bump the price up on auto repair places because of the high cost of the gas. You see, all right, and then the cold part about it is, you see, but the dumpster don't care because, see, what the dumpster wants, repeat, what the dumpster wants, Brother Che, as we have said for the last 2.5 years, is everybody going out there to that damn desert out here and they're going to shut the damn water off.
Well, yeah, he's going to put everybody in Utah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, but you can get water in Utah because you got a lot of snow there. But out there in that desert, man,
they're putting internment camps in Utah, Shabaki, who covered it.
Oh yeah.
For the past 3 months.
Yeah, you see, that's what they're gonna do. Say this is why California is coming up here with these bullshit laws about, they're gonna make homelessness perhaps become a felony as opposed to a class 2 misdemeanor. You see what I'm saying? So of course, as we all know, a felony is where you're doing a year or more in the slammer. You see what I'm saying? So then what's going to happen is when all the parents going in there, the children are going to go into foster homes only to be violated and molested and God knows what they do to those poor babies in there. You see what I'm saying? All right. And we as a people, we got to pool our economical resources, just like we were stating earlier with Michael this afternoon, man, on the Zoom meeting. You say, and I told him how I felt, and I meant what I felt, and I stated how I felt, and then and I'm not going to sit up there and bite my tongue. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you see. Exactly, Goddess Novice, and don't buy the shit. You see what I'm saying? Don't buy it. What you do, sister, is that you go up there, you fill your gas tank up, right? And you only use your vehicle for bare essentials. Now, as we all know, summertime is coming up, okay? So people are going to be out on the road, want to travel and all this old type of stuff. I bet you that the AAA club will tell you you're going to see every damn bit of a 30% decline on highway travel. You see what I'm saying? You see, and even though I might want to come back there to Colorado and kick it with you and talk about them ponies.
Broncos winning the Super Bowl. That's the only winning we're going to be talking about.
Well, then
at the bottom of the hole of the ship where they belong.
Okay, you'll get no argument from me, Brother Che. Once again, like I told you, I told them to leave town and change their fucking name, man. So now I'm a Bears fan by default. You see what I'm saying?
They moving to Indiana.
Yeah, they're just going across the street from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's all what they're doing because the Indiana state line is literally across the street from Chicago. You see what I'm saying? You know, all right. So, you know, be with the Bears by default. You know what I mean? And what have you. You see,
He gonna
Jay
deport
Militant.
20 million of the motherfuckers for that to happen, crew. They got to go. I don't think he's gonna be able to do that. Chevron,
Okay, got it. Okay, Chevron is leaving California permanently because the cost of operations. Okay, where they going with Chevron, got us? Because I do know they got a lot of them out here, but their refinery.
Khalifa.
Yeah, and then got us, you know, they got their main refinery out there in Carson, California. You know what I'm saying?
I think they're closing that down, Shabaka.
Damn, now that's bad. Because let's see, because you got the Chevron.
So that's all I remember seeing out there was Chevrons and Arcos.
Right, and of course, as we all know, Arco's the Atlantic Richfield company, so therefore I might be checking the Arcos because the gas I put in my car goes from Chevron to Arco to Mobile, then 76. Anything else, man, I'm parking the damn thing, man, and just gonna have to get on public transportation.
She said they're moving to Texas.
Oh, okay, so they're moving down there, great state of Texas, down there, Governor Bush.
Harry Hooser was FBI. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Okay. And Goddard says Screwsome ain't not gonna let that happen, huh? Yeah, well, old Screwsome, you know what I'm saying? I have a low opinion of him because I do not have no respect for no man who's gonna carry an extramarital affair with his best friend's wife.
The damn general manager said they're moving to Indiana.
Oh, talking about the Bears.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
they are moving to Texas. No, they're not moving to Texas. They're moving to Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah, and then too, you right, Goddess Navi. He is going. Screwsome does need to go. You see what I'm saying? But Screwsome, Nancy Pelosi is his aunt. You see what I'm saying? So that's his lever right there, you know, in California politics. It stinks. You know what I'm saying? It stinks, you know? And then on top of it as well, too, probably in California, they're going to probably tie a case up in a damn California State Supreme Court, which is right there in San Francisco. You know what I'm saying? And I thought it was in Sacramento, man. I found out the damn California State Supreme Court there, man, is in San Francisco, right over there by San Francisco City Hall that they call Brooks Hall.
Yeah, that's where I went the first time I went there.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of it as well, too, is this is why, Brother Chad, I cannot emphasize enough, you know, for Black business, you know, to start being secular, you know, because we got the technology, we got the knowledge, we got the youth, you see, to do it, to have us. I know, Brother Che, you're absolutely correct. You see what I'm saying? So you're going to have to streamline the capital. You see what I'm saying? And what do I mean by streamline the capital? Okay, these cats are going to have to come up with some type of ventures, man, and do the power of the parlay on the boss up. That's what I was saying earlier today, man, when we did the Zoom with Michael. You see what I'm saying? Because this all-inclusive shit, man, benefits every other motherfucking group out here except us. You see? They say, except us. And it's designed that way is because they fear our unity. They fear those 5 digits coming together, putting another group in their place. You see what I'm saying? Why do you think they got rid of Malcolm? Why do you think they got rid of MLK? Why do you think they got rid of the Black Panthers? You see what I'm saying? Now, you know, what is that there? That old crazy man said, Hoover, just an
organization of Black people is a threat to national security.
Yeah, exactly. You see, now how the hell we going to be a threat to the national security? And we built this damn place. And even Dumpster had said that. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You know? And, you know, I may not agree with Dumpster, but truth is truth. You see? Yeah. Okay. Now, Goddess says she voted against him, and in 2 recalls, his ass is out next year, thanks to Father God. Yeah. Because I think he's termed out in California, Goddess, but you would know more about that than me, because, like I said, I left California, 4 years ago, and I ain't regret it.
Lady Shay want to chime in. Go ahead, Lady Shay.
Well, the fact is this. When he got into office, we already knew what he was going to do. The fact is that he's going above and beyond the Call of Duty of what he used to do, what he did the first time. He's not popular right now. That's whatever. The allies, everybody's turning their back on him. It's kind of like for show. It's like they'll be back right into his good graces, right? Here shortly. This is all just what do you call it? Auditioning. It's just for show.
Exactly. No, that's exactly what he's doing, Lady Shay, is auditioning.
The thing about the war is that there's profit in war. Everything that has to do with any kind of money, we're paying for it. He's pocketing it. It's just what it is. Now they're going to get him out of office? Nope, probably not. They're going to make a show of it. It's just what it is. Are they pandering to anybody in particular because we got midterms coming up? No, they're not even worried about it. They're not concerned about us. Nobody gives a fuck about us. Nobody's pandering to us or asking our opinion. So we're just basically giving our opinion for free on YouTube. That's just what's happening right now.
Exactly.
As far as what's being presented to us, we're not getting the full story of nothing. Never. That's just the way it is. The thing is that we're going to suffer. We're suffering financially as it is.
Right.
It's going to be like, look, the more he fucks around, the more it eventually will come to America's shores. And the more we'll have to deal with, because he's doing not ambiguous threats. He's doing main threats. He's cussing. When has the president ever cussed at another country? That's just crazy talk. He's like losing his temper. He's losing patience.
Right.
Things like that. There's just really unbecoming behaviors.
He's unstable, Lady Shay.
It's just that he's not getting his way, and he thought he could just bully himself around and take everything from everybody and tell everybody what they can and can't do with their country, like the Strait, the thing on Hormuz. Like, that's theirs. They don't have to give up shit. They're not going to, so they're not going to make deals with it. They'll happily wait that shit out till they get a different president. They don't care. Just like the same thing with the Ukraine and Russia. They'll happily continue what they're doing until they get something that they want or somebody they like that they can manipulate and maneuver. That's what's happening. Now, as far as what did I say? It's always going to take one dictator to call another dictator so they can all turn their back on him. What happened? They did. They said no to him. They've been saying no to him.
Right.
And he's seeing it. So he's kind of like out there in the boat by himself with just a handful of motherfuckers he's with. He's firing everybody. That's just like what we're doing when we cancel people. So if it's not in if it's not in his alignment, then that's just what it is, right? It's kind of like bad form. The thing is that we're gonna have to keep an eye on it. As far as being in America, we're gonna have to keep an eye on it because it's affecting our livelihood. It's affecting the future of finances. It's affecting whether or not we're gonna be outside poor and there's gonna be a fucking be like that movie Civil War. I recommend y'all watch it. It comes to the fucking shores and they end up doing what they end up doing at the end of it. You know what I mean? We don't want it to come to the shores. However, there's no talking to this dude. He don't give a fuck what the America wants. He thinks he's just doing the right thing.
No, he don't. Exactly.
And bullying everybody and trying to pirate around and creating charges like in the case of Maduro. That shit is something really to pay attention to. Him taking from Cuba and everybody supporting Cuba is another thing that people got to watch and see what happened. He disrespected Cuba for no reason, and everybody came and started to take care of Cuba and look out for Cuba. That's something big right there. That right there is like, whoa. That means they're not paying attention, or that everybody's paying attention to what Trump's doing, and they're going around making sure that other people aren't affected by his motherfucking shenanigans. What we saw yesterday on Lisa Cabrera's thing, where she showed that lady reading.
Yeah.
Whatever that lady was reading from one of Saudi Arabia's princes is a big thing, because everybody's asking the same questions, like, who told you to come do this? And nobody's really attacking Netanyahu, when it's really Netanyahu that wanted this shit done. It's always wanted this shit done, and nobody's really attacking him. Nobody has the balls or courage. I don't know what it is, but they're sticking together like two best buddies, and which is not in America's best interest. But nobody gives a good goddamn what's in America's best interest, let alone what's good for black people. So as FBA, we really need to pay attention and to protect ourselves and continue what we're doing and force the hand over here. While everything's being forced, we might as well force our way into what we're asking for, demanding. So that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, and as Goddess Navi says right here that I agree with, Trump needs to be underneath the, Trump needs to be under the fucking jail and impeached. Okay, now Goddess Navi, you are right. Okay, but what it is though is that he controls the Congress. You see what I'm saying? Now keep in mind, all right, is that he could be impeached. That's only him getting a parking ticket saying he's got to show up in court. The key is to get that bastard convicted, because see, no president has ever been removed through an impeachment. Okay, so for all practical purposes, until it actually happens, all it is just theory. You see what I mean?
It's just speculation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Brother Che. Theory. Educated guess. You know what I'm saying? You know, the Constitution.
There's a lot of things that's scary, Shabaka. I don't want to go down that route.
Right.
But yeah.
You'll be able to take his
sensationalism and speculation.
It's distraction. It's really a distraction. So as long as we stay focused and pay attention to what's gonna affect us ultimately, and the shit with the oil, we do not have plenty of oil.
Yeah. And then Goddess Navi says, damn.
You know, we don't have plenty of oil.
He's emotional as a bitch. Damn, Goddess Navi. Wow.
He doesn't have plenty of oil like he says he does, because we wouldn't be stealing it, trying to steal it from fucking Venezuela or take it from Japan or wherever the fuck he's intercepting it. And he was intercepting it and taking it. So that's thievery. Secondly, nobody wanted to fuck around with Venezuela's old ass prehistoric motherfucking oil because it wasn't refined and they had to do too much work for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other big place is motherfucking Saudi Arabia, right? And they're not trying to fucking come off no barrels or nothing until this shit is fucking done, right? Because they're the people of it. So
see, Saudi Arabia is a monarchy.
We're not sitting on all this oil because there's fucking all kinds of things that are preventing drilling and shit on the ground. Secondly, we are also don't have a lot of access to rare minerals, right? That's Japan, they took it, or China, they took it, right? So they have more access to our rare mineral and mining than we do our own shit. So we're at a disadvantage because we don't have control over nothing. Like really, we're so fucking, you might as well just call it destitute. We have to deal with everybody for our shit, and that's because they set it up that way, for previously through treaties, agreements, and whatever. Just like if fucking Canada want to shut the lights off for certain states, they can do that. Just like we want to shut the water off for certain states, we can do that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's what we're doing, Shabaka. We're cutting you off.
No, we hijacking the water, man. Everybody said, give me 2 times Frankie Cabonus. All the good fellas ain't gonna let that happen, man.
Listen, you can't hijack what isn't there because the water's been siphoned off and it's been taken to support these motherfucking data centers without anybody noticing. And I know because I do the research and I'm actively on a board that fucking really looks into this shit. So I'm all over it. But it's too late now. Now, like in our state, we're under a whole fucking heavy restriction. And then we've been in a restriction since I fucking came into Colorado. Since we came into Colorado. And that was in the late 80s, early 90s. So this is no big deal, but it's just big now because we got data centers and shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now,
another thing.
Not telling us about. Not only that, that water that goes to the data centers has to be clean. So it's clean water while we get the fucking jail water. Just think about the water we're getting. We're getting over here in Aurora is like just might as well go back to the fucking county jail. It's like county jail water.
No shit. And that shit ain't fit for a damn dog.
Heavily lead filled, mineral filled. The water was mineral filled when we got here. And it's heavier now than it was before. Now we got permanent
water restrictions.
Well, we do got water restrictions, but it's different. It's
fluoride.
What do they call? I can't remember.
They got fluoride in your water.
Yeah, well,
PPEs.
we had. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much. Those things that turn your teeth brown here. We have that. We have lead. Where like in my parents' house, for example, like when we came here, the lead would be if you weren't wiping down or cleaning your restroom every day, the mineral buildup would show within hours.
Dang.
Black mold, spores, black mold grow rampant in certain parts of Aurora. Then they don't want to talk about it. They want to continuously build over shit, or they don't want to fix what was wrong. They never did. They never fixed the water. So the water from the water filtration company is being it's like gel. It's like this processing center to clean out the main points. So they say it's safe to drink, but you shouldn't drink no tap water, not even out the hose. And we used to drink hella hose water. Hella hose water, especially in summertime. You know what I mean? So you shouldn't drink any of that, any of the tap water. You should just go get a water machine like my folks have and everybody else's folks got.
Yeah, purifier.
Yep.
Yeah, purifier.
Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm trying to keep it with all the comments.
Go ahead.
Who said they're trying to put a data center in Illinois outside of Chicago?
They're not trying. They already have one out there.
No, they already have one out there.
They have one. They have them all in all kinds of places. The reason you don't know about it is because where it's at. You gotta look there. They put them in the hood.
Oh yeah, and Goddess Navi is saying he's getting involved with unnecessary war, starting bullshit with people. He needs to pay out of his fucking pocket.
There's profit in war, and there's profit in racism. There's profit in the war, profit in anything that has to do with talking shit about our plight, our deaths, anything like that. It's the same thing. There's just profit into it. So anything that's going to make him money, yeah. But if you watch the market, the market is constant flux because he's emotional. So that's why I watch the market. That's why I keep saying, like, the market tells the truth. You look at the fucking market, you see the influx of up and down with certain products, certain things,
right?
Because he's fucking emotional and it's affecting everything. So that's why
that's what makes me unstable, lady.
Nobody's really buying shares and things like that because it's not a good thing because the market's in flux. But go ahead. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that senility on his part too is because, like I said, me and my cousin, we was talking about is that really the president, to be mentally and physically up and sharp.
Until
he shouldn't
the
be
11th
5 years.
April.
There's nothing wrong with him. He knows exactly what the fuck is going on. That's why it's just stressful. He's just overwhelmed. He knows exactly what the fuck is going on because that man, all he cares about is money. When he stops caring about money, that's when you need to be worried. Real shit. all he cares about.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with him. So you're saying he's senile? No, he's not senile. He's just having a fucking mood because the market's down. That's it. That's all. He's very much in his right state of mind. When the market's up, he's happy. Everybody's winning. Blah blah blah. He's lying to everybody. When the market's down, he's fucking having a fucking temper tantrum, like a little kid and firing people because they're not doing what the fuck they want them to do. So that's how you can tell.
This poor little rich kid.
Let's look at the market.
All right, thank you, Lady Che. So moving along, the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Defeated by Iran. Ceasefire sparks debate. So Lisa gonna give us an update on that.
Okay. And then I saw, man, before Lisa gets started,
Shalom,
Brother Che, I saw a
family.
clip where they bombed the building, man, and you literally saw dead bodies flying out
Well,
the
I'll tell
building.
you what, there are some big celebrations going on over in Iran. And I've been looking at the people in the streets, and they are definitely declaring a victory
Midnight.
for real. So, that being said, we're going to take a look at what happened in detail. Now, I do have actually my usual videos, and I also have one from the Daily Beast. So, let me see here.
Oh, Cow Dog. What's up, Cow Dog?
Salute, Cow Dog.
Okay, so before we get started, I just wanted to remind you we have a Botana oil sale going on this week. So it's called Everything Botana 30. That is the promo code you're going to use for Etsy and Shopify. And TikTok shop, you really won't have to worry about that. You'll get the discount. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk. Donald Trump agreed to a ceasefire. Now, the reason why this is being viewed as a victory is because through Pakistan, Donald Trump presented a 15-point agreement to a ceasefire that Iran straight up rejected. They did not accept Donald Trump's terms. Iran came up with their own terms, which were 10 points, 10 things they wanted done. Donald Trump agreed to all 10 of the items Iran was requesting to do a ceasefire. So think about that. Iran rejected Donald Trump, but Donald Trump accepted theirs. So that's why many people are saying this is a victory for Iran. And I agree, it is a victory for them. You know, Donald Trump's got to meet all 10 of their demands. He agreed to do it. So quite naturally, there are a lot of people that are angry with Donald Trump
We don't like it. We don't know what to say.
for agreeing to everything. But, you know, what can they really do other than be mad? Nothing. And there are a lot of people that see this as a defeat, which it is, you know. So I'm going to let you listen. We're going to start with the Daily Beast. And let me share my screen. Okay. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen.
Now, how's my acoustics, man?
Good.
You sound good, Shabaka.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a lot of butt sore people because they don't like my my avatar, and I don't care. Donald Trump has been defeated. The U.S. is defeated. And he has to accept that in order to get the ceasefire.
That's an old
That's a
avatar.
defeat. All right. Thank you for the ones, everybody.
Who's picking on her about her avatar?
Somebody in the chat. I don't know.
Well, we got a troll in the chat. Tell the
With
trick to
tonight's
come
ceasefire
on.
in Iran barely 3
this
hours
is on
old,
her
there have been at
end.
least 2 statements we've now
Oh,
seen
okay.
from Tehran on it. President Trump tonight is disputing one of them. CNN's Matthew Chance has new reporting that sheds light on the one the president is complaining about. He joins us now from Doha, Qatar. Matthew?
It's Qatar.
That's right, Anderson. There are a couple of statements. There's a very short
They
one
say
from
it
the
either
Iranian
way.
Foreign
I'm gonna
Ministry,
say Qatar,
Foreign Minister,
Qatar.
but basically saying, look,
They're
we're going to
both
observe a
ways.
ceasefire and open the Strait of Hormuz on the basis that there will be negotiations with the United States, and our 10-point plan, that Iranian 10-point plan, will be accepted as the basis for those
Either
negotiations.
Qatar or
But it doesn't go any
Qatar.
further than that. The second document, the
It has
one
to do
apparently
with
President
it.
Trump seems to be objecting to,
They say
is the
it's
one that's
Qatar.
been sent to us by the
Qatar.
Supreme National Security Council of Iran. That's Iran's highest military body, and that's a lot more aggressive, and it goes into a lot more detail about what that 10-point plan to end the war from Iran actually involves, and it includes things like this: regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iran. So basically making sure that Iran still can exercise control over that strategic waterway through which 20% of the world's oil passes, to end the war against the axis of resistance. So that's a reference to Iran's proxies, and perhaps Israel stopping its attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon, but also other proxies in the region as well. The third point it mentions is the withdrawal of US combat forces from bases across the Middle East region. That's obviously a big ask, unlikely to be accepted, but nevertheless, it is one of the points in that 10-point Iranian plan, according to this Supreme National Security Council document that was sent to us, by the way, by the Iranian Foreign Ministry. The fourth point that I identified here, a compensation payment that Iran is demanding. That's war reparations for the damage that have been incurred throughout this 5 or 6 week US and Israeli military campaign, which has caused massive destruction, I expect. And finally, the lifting of sanctions, all sanctions, and the unfreezing of assets. That would obviously be a major boon for the Iranians. The document also goes on to talk about how negotiations to sort of find a final agreement, a final end to the conflict, a cessation of hostilities, will be carried out in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, over the next 15 days, and they'll start on Friday. So again, a much more detailed document from that supreme military body in Iran compared to what we saw from the foreign minister that just sort of spelt out the raw, the bare bones of a ceasefire agreement.
So Matthew, I just want to be clear. You got that more detailed statement that was actually sent to you by the foreign ministry of Iran?
Yeah, it had already appeared on state news agencies in Iran, like the Fars news agency and the semi-official Tasnim news agency as well. But when President Trump posted on Truth Social that he objected to that report, to that document, he said it was fake. I followed up with the Iranian Foreign Ministry and said, look, do you have this document that you can send to me? And they sent me the document themselves, which was exactly the same as the document we originally had. And so, look, I think we're pretty confident, very confident, that this document is authentic.
So, as the foreign ministry, would they be involved in the negotiations or any negotiations that take place between the U.S., Pakistan, and Iran?
I expect so. I mean, the Foreign Minister Arangchi has been one of the more outwardly facing officials in what's left of the Islamic regime. Remember, a lot of his associates have been killed, assassinated in US and Israeli strikes over the past several weeks. I don't know for sure what the makeup is going to be of the Iranian negotiating team, but there's every possibility that the Iranian foreign minister is going to be part of that.
Matthew Chance, I appreciate your reporting from Doha.
All right, y'all. Yep, Donald Trump caved. He caved, y'all.
Yep.
He caved.
He did.
And you can't take that back. You just can't. So, yes, there is reaction, even one from Iran, because they know who Donald Trump is and they know what he's all about. And they came right out and said, oh, no, Donald Trump, don't try to spin this as a victory. See, I mean, everybody knows Donald Trump. So he'll go behind the scenes and admit defeat, but he'll get in front of the cameras and claim the U.S. won this war. You know how Donald Trump is. Everybody knows what a big liar he is.
Full of shit.
All right. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. Please give me a one if you can see my screen.
It was about if he was going to get that Strait open back up.
I didn't have to threaten him. Right. He threatened him.
Yeah, I know about Israel still bombed in Iran after the ceasefire was called. I do know about that. And I also know Israel also bombed Lebanon yesterday as well after the ceasefire was called. So it's almost like just because Donald Trump made this deal, it doesn't seem that they are interested in going along with it. And yes, that's going to become a problem because Iran is not going to continue to get bombed and you're supposed to have a ceasefire. And this actually proves Iran right. They said this. They have tried to negotiate with Donald Trump in the past, and every time during the negotiation, they would continue to bomb Iran. And as you can see, that is exactly what happened.
Not gonna hold to that anyway.
Again.
It's like Israel.
So there you go. They sure didn't lie about it. All right, y'all. Thank you for the ones.
That's why they can't hold an agreement because nobody's going to adhere to it.
Trump, don't try to dress up defeat as victory at this point. You are only deceiving yourself. The reality is that the decisions you made have failed, and now you are trying to present it as a win, but the whole world is watching. This is not a success. It is a clear failure, and the more you try to hide it, the more the truth will come out.
There is no way. The man who wrote The Art of the Deal is basically saying that we're going to start with Iran's 10-point proposal as the framework. We're going to read that in just one moment, but that is a huge concession to the country of Iran. He says, well, everybody, we just received a Truth Social post moments ago, and Donald Trump has officially tacoed. In this case, I am very glad he backed down from destroying the entire civilization of Iran, which was his threat. For weeks, he has been threatening direct war crimes against the citizens of Iran by striking their desalination plants, striking power plants in the region, and taking out their oil refineries by claiming this was all military infrastructure, but in fact using such an over-inclusive, over-expansive definition of military infrastructure that he could justify killing, even schoolgirls who are at school, just like they did during the opening salvo of this war. I have only read most of this, but I haven't finished it yet because I decided to just turn on the camera and live react to this with you all. I really do not like the president of the United States using the threat of nukes or using the threat of entire civilizations being destroyed in a genocidal mania as an excuse to negotiate or reach some sort of ceasefire. Now, of course, I'm happy he backed down, but this entire situation only furthers the argument for the 25th Amendment and for immediate impeachment. This entire situation only furthers the argument for constitutional guardrails on who can start a war. So make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adamacher feed if you've appreciated the relentless truth-telling on this channel and help us get to 2 million subscribers. So Trump said just moments ago, as human chains were forming around the country of Iran, around power plants in particular.
Thousands of Iranians are forming human chains around power plants and across bridges after President Trump threatened to target critical infrastructure if the regime does not agree by 8 p.m. Eastern tonight to a deal that includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The demonstration.
All right, now let's see exactly what Donald Trump said in his announcement post just moments ago. He said, quote, based on conversations with Prime Minister Sharif and Field Marshal Manur of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Okay, interesting. So it seems like he's still saying that this is all subject to the IRGC opening the Strait of Hormuz, which they may not have fully agreed to do. He could be putting the cart before the horse and backing down before Iran has even opened the Strait of Hormuz. He also says they need to completely reopen the Strait, which, I mean, which is back to the status quo of the original war. Like literally 45 days ago, the Strait was already open. So all we've gotten for this war is more debt, dead soldiers, and the reopened Strait. Either way, let's continue. He says, this will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. Okay, they claimed that during his first term. And literally 7 hours ago, he said he was going to genocide all of Iran. That doesn't sound like we're getting towards peace in the region. Also, let's just very quickly before we finish that, go through the goals of this war that Trump and Pete Hegseth and everybody have stated. They said no more nukes, no more funding terrorist proxies, no more missiles, no more Navy. Well, we destroyed their old conventional Navy, but they still have a Navy that can close the Strait of Hormuz. They still have missiles that are hitting Israel and that are pointed at the Strait of Hormuz. Their nuclear material, like the enriched uranium, still exists. They still have the knowledge, and they still have.
Donald Trump is panicking as he has suffered a massive and catastrophic defeat in his unlawful war against Iran. The people of Iran have taken to the streets, rejoicing in their complete and total victory over Donald Trump and his regime. You see the people out on the street here in Iran. Here are people out in Iraq and Baghdad. Across the Middle East, the Shiite community and others are out partying and having parades over the defeat of the United States. And let's be very clear, this was a total and utter capitulation and surrender by Donald Trump and his regime. The Trump regime said that they were adopting the 10-point negotiating framework from Iran. And when you read that framework, which we've been talking about for weeks now, Iran's 10-point negotiating framework. Remember, the Trump regime had a 15-point negotiating framework where they wanted Iran to surrender. Iran had a 10-point negotiating framework, which the Trump regime was saying that's nonsense. We won't even look at it. These are, quote, maximalist demands that will never allow us to get to a ceasefire or an end to this war. Well, the Trump regime didn't just take 1 or 2 or 3 of those points from Iran's 10-point negotiating plan. Trump accepted all 10. You want to know what those 10 are? There's a statement here. I mean, I've read them before, but this is what Iran's Supreme National Security Council put out. Here's the 10 points that Trump agreed to. Commitment to non-aggression, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, Iran says only 10 to 15 ships will get to go through the Strait of Hormuz and have to pay a $2 million fee to Iran. Acceptance of uranium enrichment from Iran. Lifting of all the primary sanctions and all secondary sanctions against Iran. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran. Termination of all Board of Governor resolutions against Iran. Payment of compensation to Iran for all the damage caused during the war. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. Cessation of war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah and Lebanon. You can't get much more of a surrender than that. Iran got everything it wanted and more. And when those points were pointed out to Donald Trump and his regime, Donald Trump lost it. So the CNN posted a graphic of what the 10-point Iranian negotiating framework is. There's a reason why the Iranians are celebrating, because they got everything they wanted and more. CNN published the 10-point framework, and Donald Trump was like, the alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth. Below, authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the...
A meat grinder with no clear picture of what winning looks like or how it ends. A commissioned officer not a junior soldier, a senior officer with command responsibility, is quoted describing a potential ground invasion of Iran as, in their exact words, an absolute disaster. When an officer at that level allows that assessment to reach civilian journalists under wartime conditions, that is not a leak. That is a warning. And then there is the image, a meme now spreading across American military social media pages, the kind of pages run by and for active duty personnel, not by political activists. It shows a soldier in American military gear, tears on their face, holding a photograph. The photograph is the thing the soldier is supposedly fighting for, the reason the sacrifice is worth it. And the photograph shows Donald Trump, Melania Trump, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell. No caption needed, no political commentary required. The soldiers sharing that image are making a statement that no speech, no press briefing, and no patriotic framing can neutralize. They are saying, we see exactly what this is, and it is not what we signed up for. Now look at what this war actually has and does not have, because this is where the strategic failure becomes impossible to deny. Every military campaign requires one thing above everything else, a defined end state, a specific achievable condition that once reached means the war is over.
That's what that shit was about with William Calley in Vietnam.
This conflict does not have one. Trump issued a 48-hour ultimatum.
Remember, they was coming after them Democrats for telling soldiers to defy his orders.
Okay, but they have to go through okay, because see, from what I understand in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, okay, it is against the law for a soldier to follow an illegal order. That's what happened with William Calley with the My Lai massacre. You see, those orders were illegal.
And like 5 other Democrats were saying too. And remember, Trump was like, "I'm gonna have y'all." What did he say? He said that he wanted to have him killed, but he couldn't have him killed, so he was gonna have him removed or something. Some crazy shit.
Right. Yeah, you see. And then two is that there is it. It's in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, man. If they if that dump, who's the commander-in-chief, give illegal orders, right? All them 4-star generals are right there obligated not to follow it, and that would be great grounds for impeachment on his ass. But keep in mind, the removal of the president from the office through the impeachment is only in theory, because no president has been removed from office in the impeachment.
Right.
You see?
Not Nixon, not Clinton.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And then Clinton should not even have been impeached, because what his case was, man, that belonged in divorce court. They should have took that shit up before Judge Maybelline or Judge Hatchett.
Wasn't Andrew Johnson or Jackson?
No. It was Andrew Johnson who was impeached, Brother Che, but he was not removed from offices because it was one vote that saved his ass to be the president.
And that vote came from where?
I'm sure it was wait a minute. Lincoln was a repub, so Johnson was a repub. And if I'm not mistaken, Brother Che, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was a Democrat that saved Johnson's ass. Andrew Johnson, that is, not Lyndon Johnson. Because because Lyndon Johnson got up there and said, "I will not seek nor I accept the nomination of my party, President of the United States," in 1968. So the only thing what the bastard did with that shit, man, because they two sides of the same coins, man, is that he opened up the door for that crooked ass Richard Nixon to go up there. What was his campaign? Law and order.
Law and order.
Yeah, law and order. Yeah,
I am not.
Yeah. But his campaign was law and order.
Yeah, but he was not a crook.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? You know. And then the cold part about it is that these, and just like how you always say, Brother Chad, they always come to us in the black community, vote blue, no matter who, and old Biden up there, if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. And then that son of a bitch, man, had blocked every damn issue, man. What was that for school desegregation or whatever that they didn't want?
He didn't want to integrate his kids into a jungle.
Yeah, exactly, Cow Dog. Watergate was a joke, Cow Dog. And the cold part about it is, Cow Dog, you're going to love this what I'm about to tell you. Okay. I'll never forget the day when John Dean got up there and spilled the beans on Tricky, where he got up there and said it was Tricky that gave the orders to that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And that was the news that was unfolding. And that there, people was in the spring of 1973. I'll never forget. I think I was about 15, 16 years old. And John Dean got up there and sang. You know what I'm saying? He said, yeah, Tricky gave them damn orders. You see? Now, you got to hopefully that if some of these people and the damn Congress got a set of balls, they'll get up there and say, you know, this bastard got to go. He got to go. Not only is he messing up the economy for the United States, he's messing up the world. World's economy.
Issue the 25th Amendment on him.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Now, with him being old, and if they can get this bastard declared senile, then they can get rid of his ass, man, under the 25th Amendment, man, because he's incompetent. Or here, what is that they called? Okay, you remember the movie Air Force One with Harrison Ford?
Yeah.
Okay, and you remember that what they was talking about, the 25th Amendment. He's incapacitated. Yeah.
Incapacitated.
That's the key word, incapacitated.
I don't think he's gotten to that point yet. Like,
yeah, but he's damn sure on his way.
When you get to incapacitated, Shabaka, you end up like Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah, exactly. Or Nancy Pelosi.
Well, she's knocking on that door, but where you like literally you can't perform the functions of the office. You can't even wipe your own ass. You can
pretty much, yeah.
Stand up.
And Maxine Waters is getting up there, and the reason why I say don't crumb bomb on Maxine Waters, because I do remember, because she used to be my state assembly person, and she also used to be my congresswoman, you know what I'm saying? So, but I will always appreciate Maxine, you know, with our boy Gary Webb, where Gary Webb got up there and said that he knew that shit was coming in there, and he said that he was a dead man, and what's that, less than 3 weeks after he said it, they dumped on him.
Yeah, but let me finish this up, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Biden wasn't confident.
Yeah.
I'll let him go.
To Iran demanding full access to the Strait of Hormuz. Iran refused. The 48 hours passed. The strait remains closed. The threatened destruction of Iranian energy infrastructure did not happen on the timeline promised. But that sequence of events revealed to every military professional watching and to
Yeah, you can't wipe your ass with it.
So what I also want to say about the Straits of Hormuz, Iran will remain 100% in control with the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it gets even deeper. When they open it back up, people have to pay $2 million to enter the Straits of Hormuz, and they got to pay another $2 million to exit the Straits of Hormuz. So
okay, now that's some mob shit right there, man.
$4 million to give to the Iranians to enter and exit the Straits of Hormuz. And you know, now they've been paying in Chinese yuan.
Yeah,
so Donald Trump can't dictate to them what they can and cannot do, because with the ceasefire, he agreed to let them stay. He can't even let them do it. He agreed Iran will control it. That's what he agreed to. He can't let them do anything because it really is not anything that belongs to the U.S. It belongs to them. So he can't do anything but comply, and that's what he's doing. All right, let's go on.
Every adversary watching is that the gap between what this administration threatens publicly and what it can actually deliver militarily is very, very large. That gap does not close with better messaging. It closes with either military escalation that the troops themselves are warning against, or a political exit that no one in Washington has yet been willing to describe out loud. Subscribe to this channel now if you are not
Subscribe
already.
to Frontline
This is the
Black
kind of
News.
analysis the mainstream channels will not run because it does not fit the official story. We run it anyway. The contrast between the two.
Okay, y'all. You know what this is, y'all? Donald Trump got defeated on the world stage. And let me tell you something. Nobody's ever going to be afraid of the U.S. again. They saw one country manhandle two countries. And the U.S. was boasting to be a superpower, which you can forget about that superpower talk. You can forget it. And you can forget about these high IQs. You MAGAs need to take MAGA off of your hat and put taco up there. Y'all need to walk around with taco hats.
Yeah.
So anyway, y'all, the U.S. is never going to be able to take a dominant position in the world again. They can't. You know, they got their asses handed to them.
Always chickening out.
When they really believe they were going to get in this fight and Iran was going to beg to concede in about a day or two. I think that's how it was sold to Donald Trump. That's why he was so eager to get involved in this strike that Israel came up with, and he joined them. Because I really think the talks behind the scenes, they were telling Donald Trump this was going to be quick.
Yeah, that's true.
And as the weeks went by, he realized it didn't look like it was going to be quick. But by then, he was in over his head. And he's still in over his head because this is a temporary ceasefire, y'all. This ain't permanent. This is temporary. All right. And that means after the 2 weeks is over, they can resume fighting.
Yep.
They can easily resume fighting. And you saw in there also, Donald Trump has agreed to pay reparations to Iran.
Wow.
They want compensation for the U.S. tearing up their country with all those missiles. And that was in that 10-point agreement for a ceasefire. And he agreed to all 10. So
everybody getting reparations before.
And Donald Trump is definitely defeated.
Donald Trump belongs
now,
in
this
jail.
is funny because when I woke up this morning, I was looking at a series of different articles. And one of them was Donald Trump plans on putting 50% tariffs on any country that supplies Iran with weapons.
Yeah, she's just passionate, Army.
That's the threat he got out there. And I don't think anybody is paying attention to Donald Trump's threat at this point. Oh, y'all love that Taco Tuesday. There are so many memes out there today on that. And I know Donald Trump saw it. So anyway, y'all, you know, I don't think even if countries, because I know China and Russia have already gave Iran weapons, and they said Chinese trains were going into Iran the whole time this war was going on, and China has been supplying them with whatever they could. So are you going to throw 50% tariff? Because China, the last time Donald Trump threw tariffs on China, China threw tariffs back on the U.S. So they got the ability to do the same thing to you. So y'all, nope, this is definitely not a victory for the U.S. I'm not going to be surprised if Donald Trump in the next few days come out and try to claim to be victorious in the whole thing, and he's not. He's not at all. And nobody on this earth is going to see this as a victory for the U.S. Nobody's going to see it that way.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he gonna still try to get in front of the cameras, talking tough and everything. Ain't nobody paying attention to that shit. Mm-hmm.
I know damn well I ain't.
No, he'll just do what he always do. He'll get into some big ass rant on Truth Social. You know, that's
and I'm the greatest president, and you know, and I'm gonna go do this, and I'm gonna do that. Man, you sounded like a busted
over
drunk.
the last few days. Oh, civilization's going in.
Busted.
And I knew he was full of crap.
That's true, gotta stop.
And
You know they ain't gonna get it
he
done.
also agreed to vacate every single military base there. Well, you might as well vacate because they're all destroyed.
Stockholm syndrome.
Because they don't want any U.S. presence in that region. They want all of the U.S. military and their bases gone. And that's also part of that 10-point agreement.
Okay, now I got
So
a question.
look like the troops will be coming out of there.
Okay, I got a question.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's a
Saudi
big
Arabia is a
big
monarchy.
failure in his first administration. Black Panther strike. He was a failure then.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Yeah, now
Saudi
the
Arabia.
Democrats want to invoke the 25th Amendment. The Democrats need to go somewhere and sit down.
Right.
See, you should have invoked that before he dropped the first bomb.
Exactly.
Or immediately right after he did, and he never came to Congress for authorization. You should have invoked it then.
Exactly.
You waited too long.
Yeah.
5 weeks later, all the bombs
Right.
that took place on a
See,
regular
and that's that
basis.
same bullshit, man, that they let that dude William Calley be a
one day.
scapegoat for.
So now you're ready to do it? Damn, talk about a
What
day
do you mean
late and a
Congress
buck
gave them
short.
money? After the fact.
We don't have nothing but elected cowards. All of them. They're all cowards in the Senate and Congress.
Yeah, they're a bunch of busted.
That's elected in office and
this war was
sitting
not
on
sanctioned.
Capitol Hill. You're all a bunch of cowards. I don't even see the point in you even.
Right. He didn't go through Congress, crew. He didn't go through Congress at all. He just said, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
There was no need to go. They said we weren't. They weren't even. They didn't have anything like that. They said that.
They didn't have who didn't have anything like what?
They weren't close to no nuclear nothing. They weren't even bothering nobody. That shit was made up.
Yeah,
There was
just
no
like the weapons of mass
necessity to go to war.
destruction.
That's
Yeah,
what
always
we
making
said.
excuses to go to war, but the same thing with Iraq. But that was sanctioned by Congress. This
Right.
war was not sanctioned by Congress. That's
No, it was.
that's the difference.
You see, and then on top of it as well too. So with it not being sanctioned by the Congress, Brother Che, you would think that the theory of impeachment would already be happening. See, to quote you, Brother Che, in a perfect world.
In a perfect world, Shabaka, this is not it.
Yeah, precisely my point. Yeah, see, this is what, I agree with you wholeheartedly with you on that. It's all about the money. These crooked bastards, man, is getting paid under the table. You see what I'm saying? But you know what else that came to across my mind today, man? He could be doing all this shit, man, because he know he's getting ready to get caught up in them damn Epstein files.
Even
Now,
the
Cal, dog, I agree with you on that. Our reparations should start with a defense budget. You damn right about that, OG.
even
Yeah.
Obama got Congress approval to do what he did. Like when he went into Libya.
Yeah, and kill Gaddafi.
Because of Hillary's damn emails.
Right.
In the Benghazi shit. And that's why they got Snowden still in damn Russia. So they come back to the U.S., they gonna kill him or something, right?
Well, it's mob shit, man. You got gangsters running this shit. Come on, man. You got gangsters running this shit.
Yep, exactly, Nabi. It's a gangster operation. That's what Cornel West said. How is he the same as Obama? I'm confused. Obama did not. He just got funded to go on to Libya. I could have sworn he had got Congress approval to go on to Libya.
He did. He did. Yeah, trick bomber got us, Navi. That's exactly what it was. They say it's because, you know, when we did a story on the on Gaddafi, brother Che, you know, a couple got married, man. They got a house, they got 50 grand in the bank, their kids got free education. You know what I'm saying? Everybody went out there and worked off there in the fields. You know what I'm saying? Up there, man, for the agriculture. You know, even Gaddafi was out there doing his work out there in the field, because I remember they had interviewed him one time, and he was going out there working, and they were interviewing him. You see what I'm saying? And then, of course, you know, they just knocked off Gaddafi's son too. You know that, right?
Damn.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's when what was it? That's when they went into Libya, that's when Hillary was Secretary of State.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, say. And then, of course, you know, and I forgot the guest that we had who broke it down, and I researched it. You know, a couple got married, man. They got 50 grand, you know, to put off in the bank. They got their own house. They got their own job. They say the 50 grand was to take care of the little baby as the baby grows up. Gaddafi had shared all the wealth that his country was bringing in, particularly with the gold. You see, that's what the U.S. didn't dig about him. You see. Yeah.
And you were right, Crew. They didn't get congressional approval to go on to Libya.
No, it didn't. You see, and then keep in mind is that Gaddafi, man, he became the head of state of Libya at the age of 27.
They had that moratorium opinion. Hostilities. The mission did not constitute hostilities. The administration pointed to the UN Security Council's Resolution 1973, which authorized all necessary measures to protect citizens, to protect civilians, and its primary international legal basis.
Okay, wait a minute. Navi says that Gaddafi only had one child and he got knocked off too.
Yeah, that's what you were just saying, Shabbat.
Okay. And Sinclair busted Obama out at the press club about in drugs. Damn, cow dog. He was like that, you know, with the rainbow and the dope, huh? Damn.
Yeah, he got an approval letter later from Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi was she the Speaker of the House?
Yeah. Obama stole much money and boosted that alphabetized agenda shit. And then cow dog, up there when they did that bullshit, man, when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled same-sex marriage in all 50 states, what the fuck they do in San Francisco City Hall, man? They put rainbow colors up there.
Exactly. That's exactly what he is. He was the first colored president. Yeah, Hillary laughed about Gaddafi. Yep.
Yeah, and Obama killed him. Yep. Yeah, it got us, yeah. Yeah, cow dog. Then had that bullshit up there at the White House too, man. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that, cow dog. And then when he goes over there to Kenya with that bullshit, man, they told his ass to get the fuck up out of there.
Yep.
Then he tries to go to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia said, man, we heard about your bullshit in Nairobi, motherfucker. Don't even bother.
You sound like me.
With it.
I'm always correct. Yeah. Nope. Well, I don't know. John Hanson, right? Eisenhower.
Well, they try to say that Eisenhower was like J. Edgar Hoover, that he might have been black. Another imitation of life case.
Lincoln.
No, Lincoln. The only reason Lincoln, man, quote unquote, freed the slaves, man, is because he wanted to take away the economic.
No, but wasn't Lincoln a mulatto?
Oh, Lincoln? No, Lincoln was a white dude.
No, he had Melungeon ancestors. His mama was Melungeon. Okay, wait a minute. That's why when he was running, they would poke fun at him.
Okay.
What is that damn book I have? I have a book about all the presidents.
Right.
Yeah, I got from my grandfather, and in the book it shows like all the political ads and all the stuff that they were running.
Right.
From back then in the newspapers.
Right.
And the tabloids.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And they used to make fun of his Melungeon background.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what state was Lincoln born in?
Illinois.
Yeah, the land of Lincoln. Okay. He was born in Springfield, Illinois, the state capital. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had a black mammy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and then it's something about Lincoln had walked so far to get a book or to return a book or some bullshit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I be seeing a lot of Land of Lincoln plates out here too from the shop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sure. I would usually say that for like President's Day or something, but that already passed. He's from Illinois and Missouri. Yeah.
Okay, Missouri and Illinois across the Mississippi River from each other, Brother Che. You know that.
Right. But where was he born, Crew? Was he born in Illinois or Missouri?
No, wait a minute. I think he was born in Springfield.
He was born in Chicago. Or you were born in, I know the entire Lincoln still had that forces on this. Okay, so was he born in Illinois or was he born in Missouri? They got a big ass statue.
Oh, says they do have a big ass statue of Lincoln in Wyoming.
Yeah. I think it's in it's either in Cheyenne or Laramie.
Mm-hmm. I think it's Cheyenne, Brother Che.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you remember I crossed that whole motherfucking state of Wyoming, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't shit out there.
There isn't nothing out there. It's plateaus.
Mm-hmm.
And rolling hills.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me finish this.
Yeah.
Being there.
Yeah, Springfield's the capital.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and think about that. One of many ancestral shadows. Kamala, well, not Kamala so much, really Biden. He was the president. She really couldn't send funds to anybody, but Biden could. And Biden sent all that money to Ukraine, knowing the U.S. was really, when you think about it, the U.S. was insolvent even then. This is not something that happened overnight. It took decades to get to this point. So many of these presidents, including Reagan, Clinton, all of them have been spending money technically this country never had. So if it's insolvent now, it was even insolvent back when Biden was in office. And he sent massive amounts of money to Ukraine, knowing the U.S. didn't really have the money to do so. They did it anyway. So, y'all, you know, this place is full of crap. The only thing Donald Trump has proven, he can't run a country, and he's even worse at heading a war. He's even worse. Him and Pete Hegseth are not qualified. They're not war strategists. And the people that could have been of help, they fired them all.
Yep.
You know, they fired them all. And you see what they both sound like every day on TV. They sound like two babbling idiots. So
now, Cold Dog, you got scenery up there, man, by Reno.
Lost this one.
And Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, northern Nevada.
It was
There's a
neck
lot
and
of
neck.
scenery in northern Nevada.
Technically, y'all, it was never neck and neck.
It's southern Nevada that ain't
You
got
know,
no scenery.
you can tell the most
Nothing but some
behind
mountain and sand
Iran
out here.
because when I say they brought it because I was watching it on live, y'all. They were just pounding the hell out of Israel.
We got plenty of scenery.
And you saw the strikes on the military bases. And another reason why you know the U.S. was defeated, do you know Donald Trump had all of the satellite feeds cut? You know why he did that? I know why he did it. He didn't want anybody to see how bad those 10 U.S. bases were damaged by Iran. So the feeds were cut so nobody could see the aftermath of those strikes on the military, but he didn't want it seen. He didn't want it seen. Another reason why he did not want it seen, because you would know with a certainty it's more than some 13 people that lost their lives on all 10 of those bases destroyed. There's no way it's just 13 people. You would know instantly just looking at those bases. Remember, you had a lot of people on those bases when it was struck. So there's no way you would know instantly. There's no way it was only 13 people like they're trying to tell us.
Yeah, and then Cal Dog, Lake Tahoe too.
So he cut all satellite feeds so nobody could see all 10 of those bases and how bad the damage was from those missiles striking each and every one of them.
They got scenery in like Erie.
Yeah, he don't want anybody to be able to do it. And I'm like, okay, I'm not surprised he did that. Because we sure haven't seen any up-close photos of those bases. But I'm sure in the coming years when this long is over, it might drop then. But I know that it has to be bad to make that move. It has to be really devastating.
The other one, Finley. What's the other one?
So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and include. There is a couple of other stories I'm looking at, so I might come back and post something.
Yeah, Cal Dog, you're right. Lake Tahoe is full of scenery.
So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support, and have a wonderful afternoon, family. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yeah, Fernley. Yeah.
Fernley. That's what it is. Yep. Fernley.
Yeah, Fernley. Yep.
All right, Shabaka. What are your thoughts? The dump's been defeated by Iran. Ceasefire sparks debate.
Yeah, exactly. So what it is right there, go to show his ass, that's incompetence right there, number one, because like I said, he doesn't have no military experience. Now, the only motherfucker he got up there with some righteous military experience with a man is J.D. Vance.
Yep.
Because J.D. Vance is a war veteran. You see what I'm saying? But I saw J.D. speak on the tube today, man, and just reading between the lines, I may be wrong, but I really don't think JD is with Trump. And what I mean by that, he's with Trump on getting the damn oil, right? But the tactics that Trump is using, man, is in question based off of what I've seen.
Yeah.
See. Yeah. And then you know how they punked out old boy Zelensky, or whatever what his name is, man. They turned him into a straight buster.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so oh, that's what I was gonna play. What our people got to say about this?
What's that?
So, Black Americans respond to U.S. and Iran ceasefire.
Okay, they're coming to colored folk asking them that.
FBA, not just colored folk, but Foundational Black Americans, yeah. So Water God too.
Got 2 weeks. And I'm talking this out, okay? Because life have given you a second chance, okay? Take it. The moral of the story is, your name is Iran, okay? You don't want it to be changed to. I had to run away because Trump destroyed it.
I had to drop a dime on them niggas. For sure. You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
I don't like that shit. For sure.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
I don't like that shit.
Yeah, Oklahoma, that's straight Dust Bowl.
Oh, yeah, me too, cow dog.
Yeah, just in the state 80, cow dog.
Have you been along that state 50, though?
Yeah.
Hi, y'all. We back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help both and a better understanding. So check this out. In this video, y'all, we got Trump and Iran agrees to a ceasefire, right? So a lot of people are talking about, Trump kind of scared.
Yeah, they have an Islander on.
About annihilating them, and now it's
damn.
But really, how this is affecting us is gas and food prices. So this is why American people here in America feel a way about what's going on with this war. Now,
well, God is not with you being a woman, you would spot that quicker than a man would.
Muslim, some FBA sisters, and then a Caucasian.
No, we're trying to keep down peace.
Analogy how everybody feel, right? But they did say that this war was going to be short and it was going to end, just like they say about the shutdown, the government shutdown. It's like, and then when we find out about the details, it's about
that Jim Beam down
money. But if it was us on the table, us as people, we would definitely come to an agreement because it's cost us way more than it cost these higher ups who make that decision.
Okay, specify, God is
I'm gonna let y'all hear how some of the people who are going through this, what they think about it. Make sure I subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button, push me out.
Oh, she responding to
go live Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Everybody who be in my comments talking, y'all got something to say, call on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, or Sunday. Stop texting me this big old long paragraphs in there. You want me to have this back and forth with you. Call in and show your face so we can see, if you're going to stand on the link every show. So,
yeah, you want to see my face, go to the LA County Jail.
Let's get it.
Iran, y'all need to use your minds.
The most fucked up
Calm
mugshot
down.
in there.
Think level head, okay? Be level head, whatever you want to call it. Is that am I saying that right? And think about all the opportunities that you have right now with Trump, okay? So during these 2 weeks, think it out. Talk it out. Do a musical, a dance, something. Do a play. I don't care. But realize that you got Captain America today, and he's thinking about peace and love, not destruction and war, okay? And that's a good thing with Trump, okay? So take your time. You got 2 weeks. And I'm talking this out, okay? Because life have given you a second chance, okay? Take it. The moral of the story is, your name is Iran, okay? You don't want it to be changed to. I had to run away because Trump destroyed it. That's a long
I look like hell in my mugshot. God
Nobody's
is
going to
not.
remember it, okay? And nobody's going to remember you. So take this day,
Yeah, that
think about what you can change, and think about how you can change your life so your people can live, okay? Good night.
Let's pretend that Trump never tore up the Iranian nuclear agreement that Obama signed. We'd have $44 billion more, 13 fewer American deaths, 300 fewer American injuries, $2.49 gas, 11 fewer U.S. military bases blown up by Iran,
motherfucker right here,
supreme leader in Iran, and a much safer world.
To quote our man off the East Coast.
That man hand off the button, y'all. Listen, Trump agrees to a ceasefire for 2 weeks. It's a long tweet he put out. Basically, he was setting off 2 weeks. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I think if he would have did some nonsense while all them people was human chain linked around,
That's just it's a public record.
I think we would be having a different conversation right now. But it's 8:15. And we ain't got to worry about it for two weeks.
Worse than the
for the working class people like me, that's one more pay period, y'all. We make it one more pay period. Boy, they know how to get the middle of the month bills up out of us, okay? All right, listen. I'm going to update y'all with some more stuff coming. Iran is still making tweets and making AI videos talking about Trump after he just ceasefire. Now, let me tell you something. They ain't going out like no chumps, okay? They standing strong on what they saying, but I mean, listen, you gotta respect the people. Talk about wiping out a whole goddamn demographic of people. Come on now, Trump. We listen. I know America cruise sometimes. Trust me, I seen the fouls, but then some stuff we just can't do, especially in public now. Come on now, you know what I'm saying? Jeez Louise. I'll update y'all when I get some more information. We got another pay period of this bullshit, y'all. Okay.
Anytime you get arrested, it's a public record.
Fox News, Newsmax, and a whole bunch of news agencies with live reporters in Israel right now are reporting cluster strikes, missile strikes, detonations, and explosions from Iran into Israel. I'll play you a clip.
Multiple incoming. One of them screamed over our... And that would be either the detonation of an interceptor missile or a successful interception of an Iranian missile. We saw one of those with the secondary boosters, and they're really terrified because they're firing.
There's footage all over X right now of multiple missile strikes and intercepting missiles flying into Tel Aviv, parts of Jerusalem, and other parts of Israel currently right now, maybe hours after the apparent ceasefire deal was struck. I even saw a clip of a Fox News host saying that they're not sure if the people on the ground know that a ceasefire deal has been struck, which would also involve Israel.
I'm not a troll.
I mean, listen.
News. Donald Trump decided to call off the attack that he promised would end civilization today. He's pausing this attack for 2 weeks. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for the period of 2 weeks. So, what this says, ladies and gentlemen, is this. 1, definitely market manipulation. 2, maybe the military is once again trying to come up with a creative way to go after the uranium because it doesn't make any sense what he's saying at all. And then number 3, Donald Trump knows he's getting his behind kicked by the Iranians. We saw what they did today, standing up around those power plants, those nuclear power plants, daring Donald Trump in front of the world to commit war crimes. Again, we have the most incompetent and dangerous person running the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. And I still believe he needs to be removed from office immediately.
And just like we all thought, Trump chickened out again. Don't get me wrong. This is a good thing for all of us that he chickened out. But come on, man. He just making America look weak. Like we just like
you
the
right.
lip boy. We just pushed around.
Got it.
Oh my God. Trump did what he always do.
That's human shit.
It's a good thing
And I
for
want
all
to make
of
that
us.
perfectly
So we're
clear,
going
by
to see
the
what
way.
2 weeks ceasefire does, and we'll see. Y'all, Trump is not who he think he is. He is not.
Okay, after all that, they brokered a 2-week ceasefire, right? I mean, going back and forth, some real serious bargaining back and forth, right? And America was saying, hey, you know what, we actually got a lot of what we really want. Okay, and then 10 minutes later, 10 minutes after Trump announced, a ceasefire, the Iranians play him for a fool. Okay, they start firing off missiles. Okay, because it's a joke, right? It's like, is everybody in agreement who's talking to him? Because it looks like it's like one faction that, kind of want to not completely destroy the country, right? And maybe get out with their skin. And then there's another fraction that seems like they're willing to burn it all. This is jihadi for them.
Burn, baby, burn.
So now what's Trump going to do? Okay, because 10 minutes after signing, the ceasefire, they're firing missiles off. I just want to see what's going to happen. And you know what? And I'm actually going to pray on this because nothing good is going to happen. Nothing.
This is your tax money that's funding this war, ladies and gentlemen. Trump gave Iran an ultimatum that if they don't give up by today, Tuesday, April 7th, that it would be the end of a civilization, that we would be sending them back to the Stone Age. It's Tuesday, April 7th, and this nigga Trump has given them a 2-week extension? This nigga gave a 2-week notice to the end of the war? Let me tell you something, Ella. All the times I've given a 2-week notice in my life, I've never waited the full 2 weeks.
Right.
I've always left before that 2 weeks was up. I promise you. Because what the do you really expect me to work on in 2 weeks and you expect me to leave? Let's be honest about this. And this is Donald Trump we talking about. This nigga's gone bankrupt so many times. You expect this nigga to keep it professional? No. Your president is tweeting like he's playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, nigga, on Xbox 360.
That's exactly what he's doing.
This nigga is
That's
talking
exactly what he's doing.
He can't hold it down.
Yep.
But we're the ones who have to pay the cost.
Donald Trump retreated. Iran called his bluff and he was forced to accept a 2-week ceasefire deal. Iran confirms that the U.S. was forced to accept a 10-point plan leading to a 2-week ceasefire with the Israeli occupation state included. Because Iran is the only one out here actually practicing diplomacy. The last-minute negotiations were mediated by Pakistan and are seen as a major victory for Iran. The Iranian Supreme National Security Council said the U.S. suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat. Additionally, their statement reported that Donald Trump accepted the enrichment of uranium, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, and cessation of war on all fronts, including Lebanon. Now, Donald Trump issued his own statement just before the 8 p.m. deadline via his Truth Social, saying, "The pause in Iran is tied to agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz." He also claims the U.S. already met and exceeded all military objectives. But analysts are saying Trump didn't have any good options but to take the ceasefire deal. He was backed into a corner. His hand was forced because there were no winning options on the table for the U.S. He talked a big game about escalatory steps, but everybody in the region knows that if you go after Iran's energy infrastructure and power plants, it will do the same thing to the entire Gulf, which would result in a worse energy crisis than we have now, something Donald Trump wouldn't be able to sustain. It would destroy his presidency. As of now, Israel has not issued an official response, but it appears the Israelis are going to begrudgingly accept and go along with the proposal. So for all of Donald Trump and Israel's posturing about this war and escalatory attacks, Iran is the one who came out on top.
Well, did any of this actually surprise you? Were you surprised at all? I told you he was going to surrender. I told you he was going to find a convenient excuse at the last minute. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Exactly what I said in my videos.
Yeah, but we're still
I told
number
you exactly
one.
he would do this because
we're going to
he's
take
got a
him off the face of the
You know,
map.
his tell is he runs at the mouth and says all this weird ass stuff. and tries to scare everybody. And that's how you know he's just full of it. And Iran knows that. And I can tell you right now, Iran is not surprised he surrendered either. You know, he was looking to escape, and rightfully so. He has no business being in the position that he's in right now, having the country in the position that it's in right now. So am I surprised that Donald Trump surrendered? No, I'm not surprised whatsoever. He was looking for a way out, and Pakistan was nice enough to help him, and he got his exit. So what do I expect to happen over the next couple of weeks? Nothing. And after that, I expect the United States to be heading home. We shouldn't have been there in the first place, but yes, I expected Donald Trump to surrender today, and he did.
All right, so y'all see different takes on the Trump ceasefire situation, and all in all, it looked like Trump was selling wolf tickets. Okay, but I mean, that's what politicians do, you know? They're like, you know, they got that small dog syndrome where they just, you know, all bark, no bite. But we'll see. Look, I don't know how this gonna play. They probably playing chess. I don't know what they doing, but I want to know what y'all think in the comment section. I think all of those was great takes on what they thought about Trump. But I really want to know what's next. Okay, they took 2 weeks that they're not gonna be trying to take each other's head off. So in them 2 weeks, do you think they're gonna be able to come to a resolution, or you think we're gonna be back at it again?
Oh, even back at it again.
Price is going up, food price is going up, a war that's not benefiting us. Okay, seems like we still trying to fight other people's fight. But let me know what y'all think in the comment section. We're going live tomorrow. Y'all got any issues, y'all call in. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Peace and love.
Community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, thank you, Water God. All right,
a civilization is intact.
What are your thoughts on what our brethren and sisterin had to say about the ceasefire, Shabaka?
Okay, like I said, man, is that Trump, man, is losing credibility. Okay, he's probably starting to realize that he fucked up real bad. Okay, and he's trying to get his lies straight.
Yep.
See,
what are your thoughts?
Well, they said it before. It just looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been looking bad.
Yeah. So, of course, you know, Dump, he didn't like that. So he threw a fit over the coverage of the Iran ceasefire deal.
Mm-hmm. And then not to mention, Brother Chad, before we came on, I was looking at Cartoon News Network, and he hit one of them buildings, man, and then you literally saw dead bodies flying out of there.
Yeah, I think that's what's on the screen, Shabaka. So he threw a fit. He's furious over it, and he called out CNN, Caucasian News Network, Caucasian Nazi Network, or Cartoon News Network.
Right.
Trump furious over the, coverage of his ceasefire negotiation. Here it is.
Breaking news, Iran's foreign minister just responding to Trump's announcement. I want to read part of it to you. He says, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. Obviously, those words are crucial there. And the Supreme National Security Council of Iran has also issued a statement that I have here, and I'll just share you a couple of the important lines here. One of them is that the regulated passage through the Strait of Hormuz under the coordination of the armed forces of Iran, thereby conferring upon Iran a unique economic and geopolitical standing, which sounds like in a translation, Iran saying that they see this as acknowledgement that they control the Strait of Hormuz.
Put up the picture full mass. We have a statement from Trump's social media post, Truth Social. It says, and I quote, "The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud." And CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria and, of course, immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime, now get this, a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World statement, or was it a sick rogue player, ? CNN is being ordered, understand the wording, ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible, quote, reporting. Results of the investigation will be announced in the near future. Before I continue, Trump has equated what is being said about this war to the reporting of a journalist. He did not say an update about the conflict that soldiers are engaged in from the United States of America. He will provide you an update on that. He says he will provide you an update on the investigation into CNN.
Exactly. Wolf tickets, cow dog.
There's more. CNN delivered a follow-up report based on Trump's outrage. Here it is.
There are a couple of statements. There's a very short one from the Iranian foreign minister, basically saying, look, we're going to observe a ceasefire and open the Strait of Hormuz on the basis that there will be negotiations with the United States, and our 10-point plan, that Iranian 10-point plan, will be accepted as the basis for those negotiations. But it doesn't go any further than that. The second document, the one apparently President Trump seems to be objecting to, is the one that's been sent to us by the Supreme National Security Council of Iran. That's Iran's highest military body. And that's a lot more aggressive, and it goes into a lot more detail about what that 10-point plan to end the war from Iran actually involves. And it includes things like this: regulating passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iran. So basically making sure that Iran still can exercise control over that strategic waterway through which 20% of the world's oil passes.
Was it Beverly Hills or Los Angeles?
Sounds like a doubling down, and Iran is still in control.
Okay.
Tactical control, proxy control.
It was a mansion, though.
10-point plan put it up. Here we go. Despite the chaos, here's what we know about the 10-point plan that has been helped by the Pakistani government per negotiation. An Iranian publication posted the list, which Trump says is a, quote, workable basis on which to negotiate. Number one, the U.S. must fundamentally commit to guaranteeing non-aggression. Number two, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Number three.
All right, cow dog. So some dude was going live showing it, huh?
Uranium for its nuclear program.
He said
I just pause for a minute.
That's its own city.
It seems as if Iran may actually have more leverage than they did prior. But I will continue. Number four, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of all secondary sanctions against foreign entities that do business with Iran or Iranian institutions. Number 6, end all United Secretary Council resolutions targeting Iran. Number 7, end all International Atomic Energy Agency resolutions on Iran's nuclear program. Excuse me. Number 8, compensation payment to Iran for war damage. Sounds like reparations. Number 9, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. Number 10, ceasefire on all fronts, including Israel's conflict with Hezbollah in Lebanon. I have more, but is it not ironic? I thought Israel was at war with Iran. It seems as if America has taken the lead here. Okay? Ironically, also, the 10th point of the 10-point plan is about the ceasefire. The other 9 points have to do with their domestic and economic policies. Here we go. So all sides have presented vastly different versions of the terms. Iran said the deal would allow it to formalize its new practice of now charging ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Did you hear that? The new practice of charging ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. This was not the policy prior to them taking actual control of the Strait of Hormuz. So now they have a new economic engine courtesy of Donald Trump's schizophrenic foreign policy. Trump said the U.S. would work with Iran to remove buried enriched uranium, though Iran did not confirm that. Pakistan and others said fighting would pause in Lebanon, which Israel has invaded to fight the Iran-backed Hezbollah, a militant group. But Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said early Wednesday that the deal doesn't cover fighting against Hezbollah. Senator Chris Murphy talks about how much of a disaster this whole thing is, according to Chris. Here it is.
I mean, listen, who knows what's going on? Donald Trump lies every single day. Clearly, he's not telling the truth. But if you accept even part of the Iranian statement, Donald Trump has agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. That is extraordinary. If you go deeper into the statement from the Iranian National Security Council, they claim that Trump has also agreed to Iran's right to enrichment, to suspend all sanctions against Iran, and to allow Iran to keep their missile program, their drone program, and their nuclear program. Now, who knows if any of that is true, but if at the very least this agreement gives Iran the right to control the Strait, that is cataclysmic for the world. And it is just stunning that that's where we have gotten to.
The hell is going on? So you engage with the conflict with Iran, you talk big and bad, civilization will be destroyed tonight, and then you do an about-face, say, well, you know what, I was about to do it, but they came to the table with reasonable negotiations. We will provide those negotiations. And then when you see what the president of the United States has agreed to, it gives Iran more power than they have ever had internationally in the history of their nation. Trump said just a few days ago, we're good on oil in America. We don't need the Strait, is what he said to reporters. So why this about face? What has happened? Seems as if, and we know Trump likes to be paid off, but his policy is so damn schizophrenic that if you just follow the trend, you may see an interesting pattern emerge. And I'm not just talking about his international policy, but also his internal institution himself. He makes decisions for himself. He makes decisions for himself. Don't forget that part. And please don't say he wouldn't do something like that, would he? How many years have we been saying that about this particular individual? None of it makes sense, except for you have a human being who's compromised in the most powerful position in America. Now, here we go. Let's talk about the alleviation of the embarrassment. So Hegseth is doing this best strong arm plan here.
Crew?
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Happy early born day.
Interesting. Doubling down on America's humiliation, Iran is showing who seems to have the upper hand. The Iranian regime wants to pocket $1 million for each ship that passes through the reopened Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, while the U.S. and Iran negotiate a peace deal, regional officials have claimed. According to Bloomberg, the ships must inform intermediary companies linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of the ship's cargo, destination, and the ultimate owner of that particular vessel.
They got that in common,
Iran then charges what they call a toll of at least $1 per barrel, and this must be paid in the Chinese cryptocurrency, which we talked about on this show a while ago in reference to the Iranian and the Chinese government connection or their partnership in both currency and also satellite navigation. There's more. Defense Secretary Hegseth on Wednesday called on Iran to turn over its stockpile of 970 pounds of highly enriched uranium, saying that President Trump could still order a U.S. commando raid to seize the material, which could be quickly made ready to use in a nuclear device. Quote, we know exactly what they have, Mr. Hegseth told reporters at a news conference at the Pentagon the day after the United States and Tehran agreed on a 2-week ceasefire as a step to negotiate a broader resolution. Quote, they will either give it to us, Mr. Hegseth said, of the enriched material, or we'll take it out. Such a mission would at minimum involve hundreds of special U.S. operation troops and would come with high risk, current and former commanders said. When asked exactly how the enriched uranium would be removed, Hegseth said, quote, that's something the president is going to have to solve, end quote. You would think that we won based on how our government and Fox News is reporting on this. Here it is.
No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it.
No.
Well, that's another motherfucker
what we
right
do know
there. Hegseth, man,
is that they made some dope-ass Lego rap characters out of this whole thing.
Crew.
We do know that they trolled Trump and embarrassed him holistically. We do know that they have more rights to the Strait officially than they did prior. And we do know that they have found another way to monetize that they did not have before. We do know that children have died. We do know that military soldiers have been killed for a feckless coward who dodged any opportunity to serve his nation himself or even pay taxes. That's what we do. Here's what Laura Ingraham had to say.
I just got off the phone with President Trump, and I will say this, we'll read the whole post later. He literally just had to rewrite the whole show. He was extremely serious in my conversation with him just now. And he was also cautiously, but seriously optimistic. He told me that the negotiations are and were incredibly complex. He does not want them jeopardized. There still needs to be an announced agreement. And of course, we all know in this part of the world, anything can happen, but it sure looks like Iran blinked.
What? Iran blinked. Iran was the one saying, bring it. Iran was the one saying, nope, we're not talking to you anymore. Let's fight. Iran is the one who, after Trump threatened to destroy their civilization, which, by the way, is a war crime to target civilian infrastructure, really for the sake of oil. It was Iran who had their people surround those particular targets and show solidarity with the broader international community. Prayer vigils were held in the United States of America against the United States of America. All right, here we go. So Israel, were they informed? Nope, not until the end. Israel, which wasn't formally part of the Iran negotiations, wasn't happy that it got word that a deal was finalized at a late stage and wasn't consulted. That's according to mediators and a person very familiar with the matter. The extent of the consultation was Trump calling Netanyahu shortly before the ceasefire was announced, a White House official confirmed. Netanyahu agreed to participate in the ceasefire, the official added. The Israeli Prime Minister's office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Mediators said Israel officials weren't happy with the terms, including the planned inclusion of Lebanon in the agreement, as Israel considers Iran and Lebanon separate arenas. Netanyahu said Wednesday morning that the deal did not include Lebanon, contradicting an earlier statement by Pakistan. And remember, they are part of the negotiations, which is they are mediating the talks. The Israeli military said Wednesday that it had ceased military operations in Iran, but was continuing to strike Hezbollah in Lebanon. I'm going to get into some direct quotes in just a moment. But remember, for decades, Netanyahu has made the case that Iran must be stopped because they are enriching uranium to become a nuclear power. In the agreement, or at least the potential agreement that we have, that Trump said he's open to, it clearly says that they will be allowed to enrich uranium for their nuclear program. Here it is. Head of the opposition party in Israel said, quote, "There has never been such a political disaster in all our history. Israel wasn't even at the table when decisions were made concerning the core of our national security." End quote. I'm going to read more in just a moment. Israel was not at the table. Isn't that something? Feels kind of like we weren't at the table when you all made the decision to partner together to go to war with the country that we had no beef with and utilize our taxpayer dollars to do so. So this president isn't known for bringing people to the table. Now you're getting a taste of what it's like to partner with Trump. Good for you. The reason is because we have had our hands forced to fund wars that we do not believe in by way of our tax dollars being taken from us who work every day. There's more. The quote continues, "The military carried out everything that was asked of it. The public demonstrated amazing resilience, but Netanyahu failed politically, failed strategically, and didn't meet a single one of the goals that he himself set. It will take us years to repair the political and strategic damage that Netanyahu and Trump wrought due to arrogance, negligence, and a lack of strategic planning." The U.S. and Israel already compromising the ceasefire. However, here it is.
State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. There were reports of explosions on 2 Iranian islands and at least 1 oil facility off the coast of Iran, an indication that the United States or Israel is still conducting airstrikes against the Iranian regime.
Yeah. Incompetence, corruption, bigotry, all of it into one. All right, Jackson, thoughts here.
Well, you know, I think that anytime people think that Trump is going to start behaving like an adult is always just a moment of hope and naivete, because, you know, a man who stopped developing emotionally at the age of 4, who's in a complete mess of a situation, there's no telling what's really going to happen going forward, because after everything that we've done, we have little to no leverage to dictate terms in this situation. We've already broken the ceasefire. And, you know, Donald Trump's never really going to live this down. He's never going to hear the end of this. He can't really spin this in a way that makes him or the country look good. So is he really going to pull out of there, or is he going to wake up in a day or two and feel like he has to get revenge on his name because people aren't putting enough respect on his name today? We've already got troops and bases over there. So this situation isn't over. And we'll just have to keep taking it a day at a time. But also, Donald Trump is a man who has no scruples or filter of any kind. You know, he's got a slush fund account in Qatar filled with hundreds of millions of dollars from Venezuelan oil sales. He's, you know, the president for life on the board of the peace board that he made. And he just funneled $1.25 billion from various government agencies into this board, into an account that he controls. His family's made billions of dollars from his presidency. I mean, like, there's no mechanism in his body, in his brain, in his soul that tells him, no, don't do this. This isn't a good idea. So we don't know how this is going to end out. You know, yesterday morning, he said he was going to nuke Iran, basically. And then he's like, okay, for 2 weeks, we good. But the ceasefire is already broken. And this is a man who can't take defeat or admit to fault or take blame whatsoever. So unfortunately, we still have to take this a day at a time.
Yeah, and coupled with his obvious cognitive decline, coupled with his sensational need for praise, and also his love and infatuation with money. Cory Booker, Senator Booker, did a breakdown of how much money Trump and his family, how much they've made in year 1. And it totals to over $1 billion in year 1.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the dump as in human shit?
As of Israel.
And we want to make that perfect.
So,
okay, want to make that perfectly clear, number one, and I think his conception was a wasted fuck.
Damn. So the mama should have swallowed instead of...
Exactly, you know it. You know, the man, I mean, man, this dude is a piece of work, man. You know what I'm saying? He's a crook. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. He's convicted of 34 counts. Okay, all felonies, and why this asshole man ain't been not doing life is beyond me. But it is what it is.
White privilege.
Yeah, exactly. You see, and then like you know how when they have his presidential portrait, man, they put in the White House after his ass leaves, man, just put his goddamn mug shots up there.
The same ones where he's looking sinister.
Oh yeah, he's looking sinister, evil, reptilian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know,
mad about it.
Yeah. And then now the cold part about Trump, okay, is this. You remember when he used to do the show called The Apprentice?
Yes, Shabaka.
Okay, and you remember when he used to promote the fights there in what is that? Atlantic City, New Jersey. Now back then, I didn't have a problem with it, right? But as soon as that motherfucker announced that he was running for president, man, this cat went through a total metamorphosis. But however, old saying in South Central Los Angeles, Never apologize for how you honestly feel. And one thing about the dumpster, he is not apologizing of how he honestly feels. And I'm sure Cow Dog would agree with me on that. I'm sure you heard it. You still with us, Cow Dog?
Yeah, he's still in the chat.
Okay. And the cold part about it is, man, is that Trump was full of game, man. You know what I'm saying? And the cold part that really... Yeah.
It was time to cash him in.
Yeah. And then the dude is standing there, man, with his hand up his ass looking stupid. You see what I'm saying? I mean, he's a real fucking clown, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is that you got all these dumbass, sad-ass motherfuckers out here, just like that video I sent you where that old boy had said about American sad-ass up there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They looking and feeling real stupid. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah, he was trying too hard.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah, double and triple down.
Say, crew, check this out, man. Hey, crew, check this out. This is the only time I'm going to address you, man. And I'm going to ask Brother Che to kick your ass up off the fucking platform tonight. Yeah, motherfucker, you got to go, punk. And that's all I got to say to him. All right. So moving right along.
Jesus. Go ahead.
Why?
But Trump, man, is a mess. That's all I can say.
Trump is a mess. Lady Che got a question for you. Go ahead, Lady Che.
Why?
Yeah.
He's already in the chat.
Because he's a punk, Lady Che. I do not like him. And you can see, and you witnessed this whole podcast all this evening, okay? And he's like a little boy wanting attention. See, crew wants attention.
What did you say, Jesse?
He's been saying all kinds of stuff. He said I double and triple down.
Yeah, and I've been ignoring him all night. And the reason why I'm addressing him right now, because we're toward the end. Crew is a punk.
He's agreeing with Trump, I guess.
But fuck Crew, let's continue our business.
He said something about if he was to fight Chewbacca, he would do it without his gloves or something.
The only thing I'm gonna do is bust a cap in his ass, man. He don't want to fuck with me.
Chewbacca, we had an agreement that he would not be on the program when you were on there. He wouldn't be on the same panel up there with you.
Hey, if you want me to leave, Lady Che, I will leave. I'm out. Have a nice night.
No, lady. No,
Chewbacca, where are you going? You gotta stick to your agreement. All right, so you can hear me in the air. You gotta stick to your agreement. We agreed that if you were on the panel, he would not be up on the panel. Right. He'd be in the chat and on our program, which is Line Blacc News, the Revolutionary Agenda. Now, your two shows, which is Chewbacca's Black Experience Enhanced and Grand Rising with Chewbacca, he is not to be up there nowhere, right?
Right.
So we had agreed to that. You can't do this on Frontline Black News and ask him to be evicted from the program when he's just in the chat, running freely and saying whatever the fuck he wants to say. He's in the chat. It's a free motherfucking country. He has a wrench. It's just that's just the way it is. Now, when you're in the chat saying whatever the fuck you want to say, we don't excuse you from the chat. Now, on our program, we respect that you're up here. You're up here first. You got here first. First come, first serve. You've been here this whole night. There's no need for you to leave because that kind of looks fucked up if you just leave because I'm checking the situation. I'm in the back. I'm doing something serious, and I'm not paying attention to what's going on in the chat because I can't see it. Jesse's up running the chat, and he's allowing everybody to say whatever, and he's moving the chat however he's moving it. I don't know what's going on up there with him, but that's just the way it is. Now, you already agreed. You made an agreement. You can't just keep coming and changing it as you go, Chewbacca. We already told Ray what it is. If he's just making comments and doing whatever, it's a free motherfucking country. We're not gonna kick him out just because. But we are gonna check him. Ray, behave your fucking self, or you will have to leave. I mean, we understand it's right before your birthday, but stop antagonizing him. You know what you're doing. You know how to push his buttons. Just stop. Obviously, he's not in the mood, and that's just that. But Shabaka, you can't just be making up rules as you go and decide that you're going to ask us to kick him off, because we're not going to do that. We had already adhered and agreed to what you wanted without any pushback. Right, Jesse?
Right.
We didn't give you no pushback. You said what you wanted. We agreed, and we were with you on it, and that's that. So you can't keep asking us to make changes and kick who off or do whatever because you're uncomfortable. Just ignore his ass like everybody else does, right? He's obviously antagonist. He wants attention to it. Ray, you're not gonna get no attention till you go to the RVA. Okay, so that's just the way it is. You can do whatever you want to do. It doesn't make no difference. We're in here right now doing this work right now because that's what we do as signal boosters. We ain't got the time for the bullshit of the shenanigans today. Lots of things are going on. Some serious stuff outside of the show is going on. So where our minds are set are not in play mode, even though we know it's your fucking birthday and I'm with you, Atticus. But we just can't do that right now as the show goes on. So carry on, Jesse, with your next topic, and we'll take it from there. Shabaka, please come back. If you don't come back, it's cool. We understand. We'll just chalk it up to, data plan and blah, blah, blah. But whatever. You don't run off like that because I check you, because this is our shit. When you do it over there on your shit and you want nobody to be cussing and acting accordingly, I behave myself.
All right.
Okay? Amongst
Should
all
I
kinds
bring
of
Crew up
disrespectful
or no?
shit. No. Ray, you don't get to come up because Shabaka left. Shabaka left because he was uncomfortable because you're fucking upsetting him. So this is not a reward for you to come up on the platform just to do further damage. So stay there and just get some act right about yourself today. Okay? Because you're not going to be running off our West Coast correspondent. He's been with us. We've been with him for like damn near 10 years.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. So if he has a mood right now, let him go cool off. Everybody take their time to cool off. That's what responsible, regular Black people do.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to move on to the next topic. Go ahead, Jesse. Run that topic.
Thank you, Lady Che. So the ceasefire has been broken, and Israel strikes Lebanon as U.S.-Iran deal falls apart. Strait of Hormuz is still not over.
We're going to look at, and before we get to that, of course, I'm going to do my reminder, 12 Tribes on Earth. From now until the 11th of April is on sale, 30% off. So that includes the 4-ounce bottle, the 8-ounce bottle, the 4-ounce jar of whipped botanic oil, and also the 8-ounce jar, and the bundle where you get a 4-ounce botana oil, a whipped 4-ounce, and a whipped 8-ounce. That is all 30% off. And you can get that discount on TikTok.
No, it's still going to
Etsy,
the 11th,
and
so you
Shopify.
still got 2 more days.
If it requires a promo code, make sure you use everything Botana 30. Type it in as one word. All right, y'all. Let's get to
there's 3 things the revolutionaries never supposed to
Iran.
out.
All right, please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Yes, Lisa, we can see your screen. Can anybody in the chat guess what those 3 things are?
Your power tools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your ID.
More simple.
Power tools.
Simpler than that.
Darkness.
This is huge breaking news coming in. Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz again. Iran says it is stopping any more ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz until Israel stops attacking Lebanon. As ceasefire deal included that Israel must stop attacking Lebanon, but the Trump and Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has issued a statement saying he supports the U.S. decision to suspend attacks against Iran for 2 weeks, but the ceasefire does not include fighting against Hezbollah forces in Lebanon, so there is complete chaos right now. Moreover, Pakistan Pakistan's prime minister says violations of the ceasefire have already been reported today. And Iran is saying attacking Lebanon was part of the deal, and we're not going to allow any more ships through the Strait of Hormuz until Israel stops attacking Lebanon. Meanwhile, reports suggest that shipping through the Strait is still heavily restricted, with vessels requiring Iranian approval and many companies refusing to pass due to safety concerns. Thousands of ships and crews remain stuck as uncertainty continues. Right now, with conflicting signals from Iran and the United States, this situation remains extremely unstable and could change at any moment. Make sure to follow for latest updates.
Well, that was quick. Iran already shut the Strait of Hormuz because Israel refuses to stop bombing Lebanon, including Christian villages and towns during Easter. Tehran made it clear the Strait stays closed until Israel stops hitting Christians in Lebanon. But here's the kicker. Pakistan helped broker a ceasefire that included Lebanon. Bibi Netanyahu flat out said nope and kept the carpet bombing going. This comes right after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared a big military defeat over Iran. Yet here we are, Iran reclosing the world's most critical choke point. I called this the second I saw Israel wasn't on the ceasefire agreement. Netanyahu is literally blowing up the deals. This has been the pattern since day one. In a week, we get ceasefire talks and short-lived agreements that collapsed under 24 hours. Then, when the weekend hit, total escalation, big strikes, while markets are closed, Trump crashing out on Truth Social. If they bombed midweek, markets crash. But weekend fireworks, stocks only pump when they reopen. This is starting to look a lot like coordinated market manipulation. Bottom line, if Israel doesn't stop attacking Lebanon, the war is back on full blast. And the weekend window just opened. What do you think? Coincidence or playbook? Leave your thoughts and comments below and follow for daily updates.
Breaking news. The Economic Times and the Fars News Agency in Iran are reporting that Israel has violated the ceasefire agreement, and ships at this point, tankers have been stopped traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. What? Yes, the Economic Times and the Fars News Agency out of Iran are reporting that Israel has violated the terms for the ceasefire. They have attacked in some way, and that shipping has now been stopped through the Strait of Hormuz. It was just attempting to open again. Again, this is what's being claimed. This is what's being said. Do not have any more details than that. But if it's true, Israel, shame on you. Shame on you. You're the one who got us into this war. And by the way, what do y'all think about Israel and all the mess that they got the United States into and Bibi Netanyahu? Do y'all approve or disapprove of what Israel has done? Do you approve and disapprove of what they've done here in Iran and what they did in another place nearby, because I can't say that word, but it starts with a G. That's our word. Do you all approve of that? But yeah, Israel apparently has violated the ceasefire, is what's being claimed, what's being reported by the Fars News Agency and the Economic Times of India, the largest financial newspaper in India. And if true, this is bad. This is not a good thing. Love you for my Democrats, my maggots, my crazies, my cookies, and the burned out light bulb. Yeah. And I'm had enough of Israel. Have you? I have. Time to cut their money off.
Looks like Trump's ceasefire deal is going to last less than 24 hours.
Instead, I'm going to do my own work and do my research and carry on. And I've been behaving all the time. So what I'm telling you is you're acting out.
Nay, all day. You said, isn't Lebanon a separate country? What does it have to do with Iran? It was part of the deal because there are certain nations that Israel have been bombing continuously over probably decades now. And Lebanon was included in the ceasefire that Donald Trump agreed to. So it was Lebanon, Beirut, Gaza, all of that was included in Iran's ceasefire. That's why you're hearing about Lebanon. So the fact that Iran put that in there and Israel already went on a huge bombing, and I'm talking huge, y'all, bombing campaign just hours ago against Lebanon, it has now violated the ceasefire agreement. So that's why they opened up the Strait of Hormuz when they heard about the bombing that Israel did on Lebanon. They closed everything back up. So the Strait of Hormuz is closed. The ceasefire is violated. Iran don't have to honor anything now.
But if he's saying it with his words,
they don't have to honor anything. They can look at Donald Trump and say, well, the agreement is off. And they would be within their right to do that.
Look, I'll move my shit up there.
So that's why you're hearing about Lebanon. They were included in the ceasefire, which means not only does Israel have to stop bombing Iran, they have to stop bombing Beirut. They have to stop bombing Lebanon and also Gaza. That's all in there.
So it's got to be you.
All right. All right, let's go on.
It's so close to your seat that you can't contain yourself. I'm on that same page.
Now we see that the Strait of Hormuz is literally closed again. It's because of a disagreement because Israel is saying that they get to continue to attack Lebanon. The U.S. is backing them up in that effort. And Iran says, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not what the deal says. So back to square one we go.
Trump has a major problem on his hands if he wants this ceasefire in Iran to last. Israel has not stopped bombing. They are bombing Lebanon. They are saying they are not included in the ceasefire, nor is Hezbollah. Iran says they are included in it. Now they are each trading strikes back and forth. Iran is striking the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, destroying more desalination plants. Israel struck a funeral at a cemetery in Lebanon, killing at least 10 people at a funeral. Guys, this has to end. Trump has to do something to get Israel back, or this ceasefire is not going to last through the day at this point. It is in very serious jeopardy. Iran, due to this, has now closed the Strait of Hormuz. No traffic is moving through. So very, very serious stuff happening here. Trump wants this to end, wants out of it. That is clear. Israel seems to want to keep it going. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. Like, share, spread the word, follow, subscribe, and I'll see you back here for the 411.
Iran is reclosing the Strait of Hormuz. This is after Benjamin Netanyahu said that Lebanon was not a party to the ceasefire. Pakistan's prime minister said that Lebanon was absolutely a party. This was after Pete Hegseth has claimed a complete military defeat of Iran, as Iran is reclosing the Strait of Hormuz due to a breach of ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu is quite literally blowing up ceasefire negotiations. Expect things to escalate as we go into the weekend, and when oil markets close on Friday night, the window opens. You see, if you do a major attack during the week when the markets are open all over the world, then the markets will instantly drop. But if you do an attack during the weekend and the attack is successful, the markets will only go up when they reopen. People in leadership bet on successful missions. If Israel does not stop attacking Lebanon now, then the war is back on. This is all after Donald Trump's administration is taking some kind of victory lap. And Hegseth today said that the United States was fully prepared to attack civilian infrastructure. The threat in it itself is a war crime. According to Donald Trump's own language, if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened, then they're going to resume attacks. So I'm going to be following this very closely as things develop. So drop a follow on TikTok, subscribe on Instagram, subscribe on YouTube, support my work, then those in bio. I love you guys. I'll talk to you later.
That's why he's
all right, gang. Breaking news. This just in. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz yet again and has threatened to withdraw from the ceasefire if Israel keeps striking Lebanon. So I already did a video today earlier saying that Israel has hit Lebanon over 100 times within 10 minutes. And this was one of their largest strikes on Lebanon to date. Multiple massacres, injured, people unalived, and thankfully, Iran has said enough. Now, of course, the Trump administration is saying, hey, you know, not attacking the Lebanese or not attacking Hezbollah was never a part of the original agreement. Iran's like, bullshit. Yes, it was. So here we go. Not even 24 hours. Not even. And quite frankly, we all knew that Israel had no intentions on stopping the aggression towards Lebanon or Gaza. They are on a genocidal war path, and they need to be stopped. They are not only a threat to their own community, to their own people, but they are a threat to the world. And my question is, why is Iran the only country that's standing up? Why is Iran the only one willing to take it there against a psychotic and genocidal country? I understand Russia's dealing with that whole Ukraine situation and China's busy, taking over AI and about to rule the world, but enough is enough. Like, more people got to jump in this. And no, I'm not advocating for World War III, but at a certain point, you just got to say, stop what you're doing or we will f you up. And that's just what it is. So if Israel is incapable of stopping their unnecessary, unlawful, and psychotic aggression against Palestinians and against Lebanese, they need to be stopped. And if you don't care about human lives, you don't care about babies getting burnt and bombed, all right, whatever, cool, that's you. But just so you know, all this loss of life, all this darkness, is going to come with a heavy price tag. Yep. And people will pay for this one way or another. Whether that's at the pump or at the dump, somebody going to end up slumped. Time for the world to act. No more games.
The so-called ceasefire has already been violated. This is quickly devolving into chaos before our eyes as attacks continue. An oil refinery on Iran's Lavon Island.
Y'all, at the end of the day, this is the fault of King Saul. Go back in the Bible and go over that story of King Saul. The Most High told him to get rid of everyone, men, women, children, their livestock, everything, take everything out. He defied the Most High and let these people live. This is who we're dealing with today. This is exactly who we're dealing with today. So if you think one person cannot make a huge impact, that story proves yes. One king's decision thought he could overrule what the Most High told him to do, and now look at what we're dealing with today. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. Let's go on.
Was attacked this morning. Iran then retaliated, striking Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline in a drone attack. Kuwait says water desalination and power plants were struck by Iran earlier today. We're also hearing that the UAE and Bahrain were attacked. Meanwhile, Israel continues to pound Lebanon with airstrikes. The scenes out of Lebanon look apocalyptic right now. This is one of the largest coordinated strikes by the IDF against Lebanon to date. Reports are already coming in that at least 300 people were killed in the attacks, with many more injured. Iranian state media outlet Fars posted on Telegram that while 2 tankers transited the Strait of Hormuz this morning, they will block the strait as long as Israel attacks Lebanon. Iran says that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire agreement. Shehbaz Sharif, the PM of Pakistan and the independent mediator of this ceasefire, says that Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. But now the U.S. and Israel are contradicting him, saying that it is not. Sharif posted this morning, quote, "Violations of ceasefire have been reported at few places across the conflict zone, which undermine the spirit of peace process. I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks as agreed upon so that diplomacy can take a lead role towards peaceful settlement of the conflict." Meanwhile, people are absolutely stunned by Trump's deal with Iran, even many supporters of Trump's war, as it appears he folded to every one of Iran's demands, including allowing them to charge ships to pass through the strait. This situation is extremely precarious at the moment. We'll keep following it, so spread the word and listen to the Midas Touch podcast for more updates.
Hey everybody, it's just past 12 noon on the east coast of Florida. We already have some very important and urgent breaking news updates that is just coming out right now. So look at the reporting I already did, made 3 posts about it, but now that's already old news about this ceasefire. And the new news is that Iran has already halted now the oil tankers trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz because they are demanding that Israel cease their attacks on Lebanon. So if you go back and look at the 3 parts that I just posted a little bit ago, one of them, I talked quite a bit about Israel's response to what Trump and allegedly Iran had allegedly agreed to. They said that they supported it, but that they were going to continue their attacks in Lebanon because they want to wipe out Hezbollah. And I mentioned how this was very similar to their actions in Palestine, Gaza there, about saying they're going to wipe out Hamas. So Lebanon then put out a statement today saying they want some kind of agreement like we got with Iran, because they're saying these attacks by Israel are, against international law. They're hurting their civilians, innocent people there, and that it is, violating humanitarian rights and the whole thing. Well, I guess that's now a really big deal, because Iran's semi-official Fars news agency said that 2 tankers were allowed to pass through the Strait this morning. However, then they reported later that simultaneous with Israel's attacks on Lebanon, which I've been reporting about, the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz has been stopped. And Iran then threatened to destroy oil tankers if they tried to travel through the Strait without permission, as the regime has now imposed a toll of up to $2 million per vessel. So much winning, Trump and Hegseth. Remember, everybody was going through that Strait of Hormuz just fine. They weren't having to pay anything. And that was on the 27th of February. And allegedly, all of Iran's nuclear capabilities had been, in whatever happened in June, where they said it was super successful, totally obliterated. But even before that, they had an agreement with Iran that worked. It was verifiable, and it was working under the Obama agreement that Trump got rid of. But anywho, so here we are now because of Trump deciding, even though, as I posted in the 4-part post yesterday, going over this fantastic New York Times article, deep dive into how we got here. Because basically, Netanyahu and his head of the Mossad came to the White House and gave Trump a big hard sell, and he bought it, hook, line, and sinker. And on the 27th of February, before this all happened, oil prices were real low. Now they've skyrocketed. We had sanctions against Iran on oil. Trump had to lift those sanctions. They're getting to get the money, but they're getting it at the highest prices ever for that oil. And now they're saying this win that Trump and Hegseth are claiming total victory for something they started that they didn't have to, and we still don't see any reason that this happened, and that we spent millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and lost American lives and injured Americans and others. And Trump claimed in this little agreement that, someone asked about would there be a toll, and he said, it might be a joint venture. It could be a beautiful thing. It doesn't seem beautiful. So Saudi Arabia's East-West oil pipeline, which has become vital in transporting crude from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea for export, came under drone attack at 1 p.m. local time there. And this is what is reporting in the Financial Times. So now, apparently, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham demanded that J.D. Vance appear before Congress to explain the terms of the agreement after J.D. Vance, who we know opposed the war, and again, I talk about this in that 4-part series, allegedly, he spearheaded these new 11th hour peace talks last night before the 8 p.m. deadline. Lindsey Graham is posting on X, quote, "The supposed negotiating document, in my view, has some troubling aspects, but time will tell. I look forward to the architects of this proposal, the Vice President and others, coming forward to Congress and explaining how a negotiated deal meets our national security objectives in Iran." I don't agree with Lindsey Graham on anything. However, in this case, it is true. What Trump and what Hegseth and those, the Pentagon briefing that I watched this morning, what they're trying to claim just doesn't appear to be factual at all. Republican Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska said that Trump has secured, quote, significant victories. However, he expressed extreme skepticism over these peace talks and whether the president's claims of, quote, total victory are accurate. He said, quote, the government is still in place there and we should be negotiating from a position of strength, not a position that's good for them. Because as we've been reporting, this deal, whatever it is, seemed to be very good for Iran. So what have they gained? Yes, they had a lot of loss of life, equipment, and so on. But it's a huge country. They are able to keep producing, apparently, these weapons at very low cost. They also have 92 billion people there. And now, to the world, they look like the underdog that somehow stood up to the biggest country with the biggest military, as Hegseth keeps reminding everyone. And they didn't get back down in just hours, like what happened in Venezuela and like what Trump thought was going to happen, because that's what Netanyahu and the head of the Mossad told him. We suffered a lot of loss, equipment, people, our allies in that region, the US bases, the Arab states. We don't look more powerful. We look desperate, and nobody is helping us. Now, this representative continued, he said, Iran will work with Russia and China as soon as they can start rebuilding their military. And they will be a threat 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road. So as long as this government is in place, total victory has not been earned. Laura Loomer, who was one of the top people telling Trump to do this, she's pro-Israel, she predicted that the ceasefire will fail, as it appears to have. So even she claimed negotiation is a negative for our country. We really didn't get anything out of it, and the terrorists in Iran are celebrating. I don't know why people are acting like this is a win. And then Mark Levin, who was another big whisperer in Trump's ear and a pro-Israel commentator with close ties to Trump, said that while he trusts Trump's instincts, the Iranians could not be trusted. And he said, quote, the enemy is still the enemy and they are still surviving. So their piece of this big breaking news is that Iran has now publicly released what they claim is the 10-point framework for this, quote, peace deal and 2-week ceasefire. It says that the U.S. should accept their continued control over the Strait and recognize their right to have uranium enrichment, lift all sanctions, pay compensation, and withdraw all troops from the region. That would be a win and a victory for us. So last night, Taco Tuesday Trump described the points of the peace proposal as a, quote, workable basis on which to negotiate. But a White House official today said the points do not match what Trump was referring to in his Truth Social point. So again, a White House official, allegedly entertainment purposes, but they are saying today that what Iran is putting out as what they agreed to in this deal do not match what Trump appears to be referring to on his Truth Social post. Trump called the deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz a, quote, joint venture. Remember, he said a beautiful thing, and also promised that the U.S. was working with Iran to dismantle their uranium enrichment capacity. So Iran's 10-point peace plan that they think that we've agreed to is, quote, commitment to non-aggression, Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of Iran's uranium enrichment, lifting of all primary sanctions, lifting of all secondary sanctions, termination of all UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governors resolutions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, and cessation of all war on all fronts, including Lebanon. So again, that's where this probably broke down, and they closed the Strait of Hormuz because they absolutely are fighting in Lebanon. In the meantime, this supposed, totally decimated country is outlining a scheme to rake in millions of dollars from the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz that was already open before Trump did this. The exact terms remain unsettled, but it is looking like the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps would have tolls of at least $1 per barrel payable in Chinese cryptocurrency. Now people are calling it the Tehran toll booth. Some analysts are saying Iran could net as much as $500 billion over 5 years. All right, folks, we'll get back to you later. This is ever-changing. Talk to you soon.
We have some breaking news right now. There is complete chaos over the alleged ceasefire between the United States and Iran. Iran is now saying it will stop ships from passing through the Strait of Hormuz, according to state TV, until Israel stops attacking Lebanon. But Donald Trump is saying that Lebanon and Hezbollah were never part of the ceasefire deal. He told PBS that this is a, quote, separate skirmish. So right now, there is clear confusion over what this ceasefire even includes. At the same time, Pakistan's prime minister is reporting that there have already been multiple violations of the ceasefire. And Iran is doubling down, saying attacks on Lebanon were absolutely part of the agreement. And until those stop, they will block traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. This is a major issue, because that strait handles a huge portion of the world's oil supply. You would think this is something they would have fully agreed on before announcing a ceasefire. But clearly that's not the case. Things are moving fast. Spread the word. Follow along for all the latest updates.
You know what, y'all? The bottom line is Donald Trump agreed to the terms of Iran. And you can't now say, well, they didn't mention it. You know what? That's why you need to fully understand the terms of the ceasefire before you agree. Donald Trump act like you would think somebody in junior high school is running the country. You know, usually you thoroughly go over that. You should have members of your cabinet, like your intelligence, you know, and everybody at that meeting with you, so everybody's eyes can be on that paper. Whatever you're looking at on the computer screen, paper, whatever. Everybody's eyes on it. And people can pick up things that you might not pick up on. You know, so who knows who was at that meeting? But Donald Trump is acting like, oh, I didn't see that on. They said, no, that was part of it. That was part of it. So how do you make an agreement and not know and fully understand the terms of the agreement? This is just further embarrassment on the U.S. For real. This is further embarrassment. So I guess the president can't read now. And the people in his cabinet can't read. So anyway, y'all, this is one big mess. He was supposed to bomb Iran out of existence just at 8 p.m. yesterday. And here we are, not even a full 24 hours, and they can't even uphold their end of the bargain. Says a lot about who these folks are. It really does. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. And I will see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
Jesse.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here, we're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly,
oh man, I'm about to pass out, y'all.
We gotta finish it.
I mean, that is pretty much it.
But you got the nipple, unannounced nipple stuff.
Yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can say it for that. So we got Foundation of Black Americans discuss Democratic Party accountability and reparations. Or did they?
Can't focus. You have us so distracted looking at what's going on with the police, right? We're distracted with what's on television. We're distracted with the music industry. There's so many ways that they're purposely trying to distract us as Black.
Rather than love anybody. Peace, family. I'm back again. Now,
brother,
you know, I always talk about, you know, when dealing with foundational Black Americans, we teach people how to treat us. We have to be responsible for ourselves and each other, right? When you look at yourself in the mirror and you see that reflection, you have to like what you see. You have to love yourself in order to love anybody else. And if we want other groups to respect us, we have to first start respecting ourselves. The first part of reparations is repairing the mind, right? Is repairing the mind. That's the first aspect of reparations, right? You know, the brother Isaiah Factor, Uncensored, he has some foundational Black Americans on his channel, and they you know, they had a great discussion on what we need to do in our communities, how we can transform our communities, how we can clean some things up. And we're going to go over this today. I'm going to critique some things. I'm going to give my opinions on some things, but I want you guys, when you're watching this, when this is over, every foundational Black American leave a comment. Let me know what you think we should. What's your opinion based off of what we watched today? Do not watch this and don't leave a comment. Everybody leave. So we're gonna get off into this, and they have a panel of foundational Black Americans, and I'm gonna break this thing down. Man. Let's get off into it.
Factor Uncensored tonight. A real question. Are Black people judged by stereotypes more than other races? The numbers say many believe so. A Pew study found 63% of Black Americans say media coverage is more negative, and nearly 4 in 5 say they see stereotypical depictions. Tonight, we ask on our viewers on Instagram at The Isaiah Factor, do Black people get stereotyped more? 82% said yes, 18% said no. So why does one person's action sometimes define an entire community, the race? Is this bias, perception, or something deeper? Joining us to talk about it, we have Derek Muhammad, Todd Smith, Jasmine Terry, Reginald OG1 Gordon, and Bacc here on The Factor Uncensored. Now, Todd, this was your idea. I saw it on your Instagram.
Yes.
I said, let's do this topic on the show. What have you seen out there that gives you this message?
What I see out there are excuses to why African Americans are treated badly. Like, all of us probably as Black men have gone to the malls, especially when we were younger, and had a white person clutch their purse, follow you around the store. And the reason that they would give is, well, most thieves are Black. Most shoplifters are Black. So that becomes a stereotype of an entire race of people, but we never see the flip side of that. Statistics show us that most school shootings are done by white males, but we don't see people running out of schools every time a white boy goes into the schoolhouse. Most child pornography producers, 70 to 75% are white men. Most sexual offenders, 57% are white men. So we don't see Black mothers clutching their children when a white person walks into the mall. And it comes from hatred. Everybody has prejudice, but
well, it comes from psychological conditioning. The pirates of the Jack Sparrow and the pirates conditioned you to believe that you're something that you're not. So now you respond to it. They got you saying that you on demon time, unaliving your own people. They got you calling yourself a bad bee. They got you, all the things that they've done to you, they got you doing to each other. Think of this, 400 years of oppression, 100 years of Jim Crow and black codes and over 5,000 lynchings and all these different things. When you walk down the street and 2 white men are walking up the street, they cross the street. You should be afraid. You should run when you see them based off the historical narrative, right? If you get on the elevator and there's a W woman on there, you should make an about face. But somehow they condition the world and you to believe that you are the predator. You are the violent person. That's psychological conditioning and programming over time.
I think hatred is so ingrained in some people's mind, and me and Derek talked about this before the panel. Hatred and these stereotypes were placed on us to justify our mistreatment, to justify our enslavement, to justify brutality against us. Because how can you treat a human being like an animal?
And it was at one point called subhuman.
Thank you. You have to put it in your mind that these people are subhuman, these stereotypes are true, and that hatred has gone down from generation.
That's how the elite oligarchs condition poor W's to come and do the things that they've done. You know, when people say, well, it's a poor people versus rich people. No, those poor W's became your enemies because those rich oligarchs trained them to come. When you look at those images of us being lynched from poles and set on fire, those was poor W's that was doing that, right? You never seen the Carnegie family or the Vanderbilts come and do that to lynch anybody. They was using poor W's to do that. So make no mistake about it. Them people are your enemies too.
Generation. So when a white person does something negative, it's not seen as indicative to the whole race. But when one Black person does something negative, you could have 10 Black people with doctorates. Let one Black person drop out of high school. See, all of them are uneducated. Well, what about the 10 that have doctorates? So it comes from a deep-seated hatred. And until we can, I don't think we can do it. We just have to pray. Unless we change people's heart, these stereotypes will continually negatively affect us more than other people.
And what is the trickle-down effect that we see as a people, Bacc?
I think we saw this on the panel a couple of weeks ago. We see
And that
accusations.
was a panel about
the
Black
vilification.
women being vilified.
Absolutely. And then we were on the panel and we were vilified while being on the panel.
Absolutely.
But I think what to me is more damaging, and I think all the points that Todd made are true, is when it becomes internalized. Right? When we start to, so let's say you have a bad experience with a Black business, then it's, oh, you know how Black business is. But if you go into a white restaurant and they're not on point, you don't make this sweeping indictment about white businesses. And then on the other hand, you have.
But would that be interracial issues? Black and Black?
Yes, but that's why I said to me what's more damaging, because like you said, we can't control other people's hearts, right? My focus is always on my own people. So when I see us start to internalize these stereotypes, that's the piece to me that really piques my interest.
Well, we do that a lot of times. They got this upscale restaurant here in Philadelphia, right? Downtown, prime real estate. A Black man owns this restaurant, and it's high. It's very high. When you go into this restaurant, the drinks are high, the food, and I hear a lot of Black people complaining, right, about the drinks are too high, it's too pricey. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, he's downtown, Steak 48 is up the street, Ocean Prime is around the corner, the Barclay is up the block, right? And when you go in there, if you and your wife is going there, you paying $500 at least, right? All of a sudden you're complaining. Well, see, we always say that, we got $1 trillion spending power. We got to do better. A lot of times y'all go into Black establishments looking for something wrong so you can complain about. And you'll say, no, I don't do it. Subconsciously, yes, you do. A lot of y'all do, right? And what I'm saying is we have to learn to be patient with our people. We're starting to build. We're starting to produce and create again for ourselves. And sometimes, man, the customer service and everything, it's going to take time. It's going to take time because we've been kept out of the loop for so long. So be patient with your people, man. Do not go in there with the same stereotypical lens that the W's condition us to see our own people through. We can't do that.
And then even the idea of positive stereotypes, like I've seen on social media, white women bragging about this, like, oh, I teach my children if they get lost in the grocery store, go find a Black woman. And it's like, I'm not here to do your labor. So what you're saying is that we're trustworthy, we're nurturing, we'll put the country on the back.
Mammy syndrome.
The mammy syndrome. And all these things are, true and positive, but let us decide, right?
You don't know how to deal with that positive, huh? You're like,
it's
positive in the 50s, 60s.
Right. Yeah. It's more labor. We're the muse of the earth.
Absolutely.
And Reginald, is there denial, though, in our community?
Absolutely. And I say that to say because, even going back to the 1990s when one of the most powerful women that sits in the White House called Hillary Clinton put the negative stereotype out on super predators being Black boys, on how it had affected hundreds of thousands of Black boys ending up going to prison, being called, dehumanize them as animals, tough on crime, tough on juvenile, being kicked out of school. So when she put that negative stereotype on calling young boys super predators, that played a huge role. And still today, young boys playing that, looking at themselves in that negative way.
Go ahead, Derek. Real quick, Derek, your thoughts about this. Are we, however, letting some individuals slip through the cracks and not calling them out for their behavior in the Black community?
Of course, I would say that we are letting some individuals slip through the cracks, but...
And then again, I would ask, is that our responsibility as a people? Well, because when you think about the white community, the Hispanic community, everyone didn't have to be responsible for everyone.
Yeah, well, we have to... I was always taught that if you want to solve a problem, you have to go to the root of the problem. And even though we do have a problem with inferiority complexes, and as my sister stated, we go into a Black-owned business and we have one bad experience and all of a sudden there's a sweeping indictment. I'll see, this is why I don't support Black-owned businesses. But if
we do that because we've been conditioned to see ourselves that way. And sometimes we do it subconsciously, not even realizing it. Because when you're raised in this country and the way that they programmed us to be like, look at those Negroes over there. So one person do it, everybody get the blame, right? So you are affected by that. Let's proceed.
you have a bad experience in an Asian-owned businesses, you may not go back to that particular location, but it's not an indictment on all Asian-owned businesses. But where does this come from? It comes from centuries of conditioning. People have been conditioned to think the worst of Black people. And when you have been conditioned to think the worst of a community, then you're gonna always look.
But we've been conditioned to think the worst of ourselves. That's why we come online and commit verbal genocide on each other every day. We're not passing down generational wealth. We could talk all day about W supremacy and what the W man did, but let's talk about our reaction and response to it. Based off of a response to it, when we do a critical analysis and we look at our communities, right, we've been conditioned to have self-hate, right, and not produce. Because at the end of the day, if we can say that nobody's coming to save us and we got to save ourselves, then it's incumbent upon us to do something. We got to do something about it. We got to remedy our own problem. Let's proceed.
For the worst. You see a 6'2" Black boy. First question you ask him is, do you play basketball? You see a 6'2" white boy. Oh, he might be, the president one day. There are all of these negative stereotypes about Black fathers, even though the CDC came out with a study that says that Black fathers are more involved and engaged in their children's lives on a day-to-day basis than anybody else. Same with Black women. Look at Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama defied all of those stereotypes. She was the most graceful first lady that this country has ever seen. And because they couldn't find anything negative about her character, they started talking about the way the sister looked, even though she's beautiful. As if Barbara Bush and Nancy Reagan were beauty queens.
We got to take a break there. I ain't running from here. We just have to take a break. Up next, before we let Jasmine help us land it, we ask the hard question: is it the system, or are we part of the problem too? We'll expand on that. Stay with us here on The Fact. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Now, the why. Is this about bias or accountability? Let's get back to the panel. Jasmine, your thoughts on what we have seen on social media, on television, around the country, around the world.
Around the world. So for me, it's always why, right? We ask the question why. I think it's purposefully done to interrupt us, because you interrupt us, we can't focus. You have us so distracted looking at what's going on with the police, right? We're distracted with what's on television. We're distracted with the music industry. There's so many ways that they're purposely trying to distract us as Black people that is sickening, right? That because the moment they know that we smell the resilience that we have, that they cannot control us. The world gaslights.
See, this goes back to what I always say. When you respond to that which you are not, then you can't manifest anything. Whatever you yes, you can. Whatever you manifesting will be for them. The parasitic elites, they parasite off of your spirituality. I tell you this all the time. When I'm in my bishop mode and I'm telling you, you are not what they said you were. The problem that you have is you have these systems, and our people are connected to that Democrat or Republican Party, not realizing that these parties are here to parasite off of your spirituality, off of your likeness, right? And their job is to keep you believing that you're something that you're not, so you can manifest for them and not for self, right? Let's proceed more, because I'm gonna really break this down.
Black people around the world, the Asian community, the Latin community, everyone. And you think about it, the question is always why. And as we ask why, we go deeper into history to understand, right? The main purpose is to keep us distracted, that we cannot focus. We can't focus on the family. We can't focus on the economic power that we need to focus on, right? You want to have us distracted with the media. You want to distract us with the music industry, So, and this is what the children listen to. This is not knocking entertainment, right? This is who they have purposely designed to control our people, right? It's not what the fathers in the homes, right? It's done through media. And when we think about it, who are we as people uninterrupted? right? When we're not worried about what
here we go.
George Floyd got killed in the middle of the street, right? We worried about what they're saying about us and somebody shaking their ass over here on the other side. Can I say that? I'm sorry.
She said, who are we as a people uninterrupted? We're foundational Black Americans, reclaiming our heritage. That's who we are. We're waking up and understanding who we are, because the first line of reparations is the repair of the mind. No man comes into the kingdom but by the transforming and the renewing of the mind. Romans, right? We got to know who we are first, right? And when I look at myself in the mirror and I love my reflection, I love you. I want for my brother and my sister what I want for myself. When I love my brother, I ain't got to talk about protecting the sisters, because if I love my brother and want for my brother what I want for myself, his sister, daughters, mother, everybody automatically become protected, because I love mine the same way he loved his, right? That's it, right? Each one teach one. Love your brother. Build, right? It's they got you, they have you going outside of yourself for everything you need, so you're conditioned to be subordinate to everybody but your own people, because everything that you need, from your drawers to your toothpaste to everything, you got to go to other groups, and they know that Black dysfunction is profitable. The Black mind is profitable for everybody else, man. That's why you got to take it back.
But I'm just saying, who are we as people uninterrupted? I heard a lady on Instagram who made that statement, and I was like, wow, who am I, Jasmine Terry, uninterrupted, when I'm not distracted with the noise, when I can focus on my spirituality, when I can focus on empowering my brother, empowering my sister? Who am I?
And so my question for the group, we've all heard of self-determination. Why do we have to be distracted? Why can't we as individuals focus? What's going on out there that's preventing us from doing that, Todd?
I just think it's too much media. It's too much. It's too many distractions. It's hard not to be distracted with your cell phone cameras. You're seeing Black folks getting in the fight. You're seeing brawls. You're seeing, like you said, the racism. You see, it's hard to be focused on what's important in life because there are too many voices. And we talked about parents, and Derek talked about how Black parents are more involved than anybody else. But it's kind of hard being a parent 24 hours a day when you have your child is away from you most of the time.
It's by design.
Yeah.
It's by design that Black people around the world are distracted. They are in our other cultures, or in our communities, making money.
Yeah.
They're around here controlling what our children listen to. They're teaching your children. The last panel, we sat here with a woman who said, I was a teacher at an inner city school.
And that's a problem.
This is a person that is teaching your children.
Yeah.
So we have to get to teach, feeding our own. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about how we have to teach our people. You cannot allow people to control us. It's in our community.
The problem I have with these kind of conversations is, we come in here and we talk all this stuff that sound good, right? But what's the plan? See, you'll never hear them talk about policies and how policy works in NGOs, right? NGOs and how money is being disseminated, allocated to different groups and these nonprofits and these social services and programs are set up by the Democratic Party. I don't talk about the Republicans because we've been voting Democrat for the last 60-something years. Where is the budget for it? Where's for saying we got to build the community? We got to build this. Where's the budget for it? I see budgets going to immigrants, to migrants. I see budgets going to build houses for immigrants. I see budgets going to the Skittles community. Where is the budget for foundational Black Americans to repair their communities through this Democratic Party? Where's those budgets? They don't have the budget. So it sounds good saying this, but they never, ever talk about where we're going to get the money to redevelop your people. This is where you got to listen. No emotion. We just listen.
And we're purposely distracted. We are purposely distracted because the moment you are not distracted, you can focus. You're resilient. We created American culture. Look what African culture do around the world. The innovation, what Black Americans created in the United States, the world utilizes.
And if young Black people realize that, it would just change the world. If you realize that you are not just the gangster image that you see on a Star's TV show, you're not just the gangster image that the record companies are paying the radio stations to play, and the debauchery and the music. You come from greatness.
Absolutely.
That is why history is trying to be rewritten in the school. I can't teach you the greatness of your people.
You can't.
I can't teach you about the Black astronaut Victor Glover who just went to the moon. I'm gonna try to X that out.
Why would I?
X'd out. The science books. I have to make you, like you said, distracted. So
you have to be so interrupted.
Yeah.
So, Derek, you and Reginald both work with young people. How do you take the blinders off those young people? And
wait a minute. See, now the thing that you need to realize is they want to keep you asleep for a reason. As long as they keep you asleep, you can keep that. They stop you from keeping the money circulating through your community. Black women give birth to billion dollar industry boys and girls every day to come right out of their womb. We send them right to them W universities, right? If we kept them now, we know that we could go and say, well, those Black HBCUs are owned by white folks, but no. If we brought that money back to the HBCUs where we are, right, and we brought that advertising money and everything else back to our communities, right? You have some type of cultural integrity, right? Cultural pride. You bring everything back because you are the money. See, it's still a plantation. On the plantation, you are the money. You are the work, right? If you turn around and keep everything for yourself, then they will have to come serve you. The problem is we give everything away because we've lost our minds. We lost who we are. And there's no economic budget set up to reclaim that. They don't have a budget. When you go look at the budgets that's set up for these Democrats, it goes to POC and everybody else, not coming back to redevelop the mindset of our people. No.
make them aware of some of the things that Jasmine and Todd are talking about, the accomplishments other than what they see immediately on social media?
Well, you have to take them out of the environment that has them distracted. You have to place them in an environment that suits their nature. You have to place them in an environment, and you have to teach them from a curriculum that they see themselves in. Absolutely. So yes, we are being interrupted, but we must never forget that we're also being targeted. And that propaganda has always been used to justify oppression, all the way from the transatlantic slave trade. They had to paint the picture that we were savages with bones in our noses, even though we were builders of civilization on the continent of Africa. But they had to create that globalized propaganda to justify what they did to our ancestors. Absolutely. They had to do the same for the Jim Crow era. They had to do the same in the era of lynching. They had to create propaganda. What do they call us, super predators? Absolutely. To justify mass incarceration. Absolutely. So the more we learn about ourselves, the less likely we are susceptible to fall for this propaganda, this anti-Black propaganda.
See, Brother Muhammad know the truth, but the problem is they're not really telling the truth. What you have to do is look at the betrayal of both of these parties that we serve, right? From the Republican Party to the Lily White groups that went against us, to the New Deal where we were shifting, all the way to LBJ where we were shifting back and forth between both parties of betrayal, lies, right? That caused the demise of our communities, right? So we have to pinpoint that, point that out, reteach our children, but also if you're going to be voting Democrat, force them to create a budget where we can make this thing a reality. If not, we just blowing out hot air and running our mouths, because we can see based off of history that just these conversations don't work. You got to have the money and create the infrastructure. If you're not creating it, and how you create the infrastructure, you got to find out where your support been going and what they've been doing wrong while you giving them the support, and reverse it. That's what we see.
And that is just, it's American culture at this point.
And there's also
we're going to have to take a break. Okay. We'll come back and put you to work.
Oh, not work. I don't labor, honey.
We're going to use some knowledge tonight.
Okay, I like that.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. We're going to talk solutions. And welcome back.
Responsible. We didn't create this narrative. I think it's been detailed in how history and how profitable this narrative is when we're talking about the media. If it bleeds, it leads, right? And since these stereotypes are so ingrained in our society, it's familiar for people to see this, even when it comes down to like the coverage of criminals, or even when somebody unfortunately passes, the pictures that are chosen are used to display the same image. But we as Black people, and again, I don't waste my time with what our counterparts are doing, right? We have more of an investment in our advancement. So we as Black people, even when we're teaching our history, it's such a balance to be had, and that it's not so steeped in the oppression. Like, oh, we were able to do all of this despite of. No, we were able to do all of this because of who we are. Because what I see happening now is that we are even using more of the negative stereotypes. Like, it's people speak more about things that they don't like than what we want more of. And whatever you give your attention, it grows. I don't want to see conservatives talking down.
People speak more about what they don't like because they don't have the knowledge or they don't have the knowledge or the foresight to remedy their problem. This is why. That's based off of trauma.
On us, right? I want to see Black people in various ways showing accountability, and that accountability is often rooted in opportunity. You say pull yourself up by your bootstraps where the person doesn't have legs, right? And of course I'm speaking figuratively, so I just think it's nuance, and we can't look to the people who are benefiting from our oppression to clean up our image.
All right.
We have to do that.
And Reginald, what are your thoughts about accountability as a people and individuals who may be those stereotypes in dealing with them as well?
Well, you know, I've always been a statement that I've always said that when Black men stand up, our boys will sit back down. And once we get back into our community, clean up our...
Now, that sounds good. When Black men stand up, our boys will sit back down. Let's hear that.
Community, because boys gonna only be what they actually see. And as they see men standing up, doing the right thing, cleaning up our own neighborhood, rebuilding our family structure, I've always had a program I had in place called the Rites of Passage that I've been wanting to put together. We have to take over back our communities, go back in these public schools. I'm in the schools dealing with young people on that level because I want them to see me. Every time you see me, I'm suited and booted. I want to be the example that they can see. So if they see something new, they can change to be something different, even though my past...
Well, when they asked Kamala what's she going to do something specifically for Black people, she said she won't. She said she had to lift up our program. That doesn't benefit the Black community. Again, I'm going to ask again, what is the budget for this? So now we no longer doing things based off race. We're doing things based off of lineage because we know that we need reparations and we need to be prepared in order to achieve these goals. And is there a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, a 20-year plan? Right? We need a plan with a financial budget to actually execute this plan over time.
Tells that I can change, they can change. So we have to put programs in place to where we take over the community, rebuild, reestablish the families, go in these schools, take over these jails, and everybody that come out to jail have to come in front of a panel of people to teach them the way of life. We have to reteach these brothers once they get out these jails and these juvenile facilities. And even dealing with our boys, when we already know in our school systems, we know that the public school is not good for our children because they're getting into 12th grade, graduating with a 5th grade education.
Yes,
so we have a lot of work to do on our...
Yes, they just being passed through and they can't read, right? We know all this, right? But you want to get into the prisons when you create these bounce back programs and they coming out of prison. What systems do you have in place where you can hire your own people, knowing that they got felonies? Again, what's the budget for it? See, we got to start cutting this stuff short when we had these conversations. It sound good, but hey, you got 2 parties in this country. Okay, so we saying this is what we want. Where do we get the money from to execute? If not, we wasting our time. What are we talking about? At this point, I'm tired of these conversations. Because it goes nowhere, right? We know we got a 15th degree black belt on knowing what we're supposed to do, right? But the actual execution of it over time is why the communities are staying in the position that they are, right? And a lot of it is from W supremacy, but a lot of it is because of us. It's because of us, gatekeepers whose job is to keep our communities the way it is, and a lot of people that's running their mouth without the knowledge to fix the problem.
Or to re-clean up our community to make it a better place for our children once they step out the door to see good men standing up, being men.
And Derek, one of the things you mentioned, and it almost sounds like Carter G. Woodson's book, Miseducation of the Negro. How do you reverse that? And do you solely see from the perspective of Reginald there where we also have a big responsibility in the community first, and then we work outwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I always believe that you're most effective when you focus on what it is that you can control. You may not be able to control what goes on in the White House, but you can control what goes on in your house. What we have to do is we have to make sure we have a well-developed and well-established vision for our community as a whole, regardless of your religion, regardless of your ideology, regardless of our differences. Let us set that aside and let us create a vision for our community. Now, as it relates to these stereotypes, what we have to do is we have to start telling our own stories. We have to create our own narratives. And those narratives have to feed the vision that we have set forth for our community. So we gotta...
We've been telling our own stories, but Tyler Perry and that other dude that's right here from my city, he made that movie. What's that? What's the Skittle, the boy from the Skittles crew, the black dude? When we make the stories, we make stories about the destruction of our people. We rarely promote positive stuff. Now you have some brothers that's coming out now making movies about positivity and changing the narrative of the way we subconsciously see ourselves. But the Tyler Perrys and that other dude, that other Skittles dude, that when he made that, he won all those awards for those black women where they was depicting black men hurting black women. Oh man, like this is when we get on the stage. Look at what we do. Look at what we do online. That's why I said we got to change our mindset.
That allow differences internally. We have to come together and establish a black agenda that is by black people and for black people, and the stories that we tell, the narratives that we create has to lead us down the path of accomplishing what we've set forth in that agenda.
And it's no conspiracy against you, Garrett. There's another commercial break.
Stereotypes. All my life I had to fight.
And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored, and we are wrapping up with our guest. One of the things you said, Derek, really quick, is focusing on the black family, trying to get it together, dealing with your household. But many people take offense to that and feel like if we talk about that, that may be against them. But that's not against them. That's improving us.
Yes, well, self-improvement is the basis for community development. So everything starts with self. And again, we must start with that which we can control. We have to also accept reality. And the reality is, for 400 plus years, black people have been systematically placed at the bottom of the totem pole. Like, this country has been conditioned to think the worst of us. So if you live in a country where you've been targeted and everybody thinks the worst of you, you gotta double down on your own community self-esteem. So when I look at you, Isaiah, knowing that the rest of this country thinks the worst of you, I'm busy trying to find the best in you. And when I'm looking for the best in my brother or my sister, then I'm gonna get busy doing what I gotta do to bring the best out of you, even if you're not, behaving that way in the moment, because you cut up sometimes, brother. But we have to change the way that we see one another. And once we go down that road, I don't think we can be stopped.
All right, Jasmine, we're gonna let you land it.
I think it's extremely important that we get back to having, which I call a culture code. You know what I mean? This is what we do as a culture. This is not my culture, right? And I think everyone has their hands in the pot, and they're literally misguiding us on what path we should do and what we should do. And we should only teach our own. And we also need to dismantle those systems that they present to us. I do think we should have a black tax, which we tax ourselves to the betterment of our community, right? And that's something that needs to be structured, but we need to take care of our own people. And not waiting for anyone to give us anything, not waiting for the president or someone else to make a decision on how we should move. As Black people, we should have a agenda, and we stick to it like every other culture do.
All right, I'm gonna stop it right there. And I'm gonna come back. everybody that watches, like I said, leave a comment, because based off the amount of comments, I'm gonna do a stream on this, and I'm gonna open up the panel and we'll have a conversation on this. No arguments, no emotion, a real conversation about this, right? Because remember, I always tell you guys, you are responsible for the way people treat you by the way you treat yourself and the way you treat your own people. When you look at yourself in the mirror, you have to love your reflection. The first part of reparations is part of the repair of something. We have to repair our minds, the way we've been conditioned to see ourselves. And when we start reconditioning the way we see ourselves, we'll bring about a change that we desire, right? I often say when I'm teaching the kids with urban nerves, I change the way that they speak. If I could change the way that they speak, I could change the way that they see themselves. If I could change the way that they see themselves, I could change their outcomes. And that same thing applies to us adults. We have to make the change to bring about the desires that we want. We can't keep going along this way, right? And then sometimes in change, things hurt. You know, it hurts. It's not always easy. But we're going to have to make the moves, man. And we're going to have to start thinking futuristic, not just about the stuff. A lot of y'all have developed, I can't wait to get the F out of here syndrome, right? How many of y'all been in your communities where you see a dead body on the ground and it's taped out the police, or you've been assaulted or by an adult, or you had some things happen to you and you develop, I can't wait to get out of here. I can't wait to get the F away from these people, right? You suffer from that traumatic trauma, traumatic experiences, right? And we're operating based off of trauma and the way we're doing things, right? And when we do that, it makes us operate selfishly. Everything is about me. So it stops you from thinking futuristic and about the people coming behind you, right? We do everything with a 10, 20 year in advance. Your grandparents, your great-great-great-grands, when they was inside on them plantations, they was thinking about you. When your grandmama and them was marching, they was thinking about you. When your parents went to work in 2-degree weather, they was thinking about you. They was plowing the road and preparing a road for you, preparing a table for you. That's what they was. So now today, and all your trauma, you've lost sight of that, and you're no longer preparing the road. You're no longer thinking futuristic. You're no longer preparing for the children and grandchildren that will come behind you. So now just think about it. Think about if your grandmama and great-grandmama and great-grandfathers and them would have said, I don't feel like it today. What positions would you be in? Because they plowed the road, you have to plow the road. Because they thought futuristic, you have to think futuristic. And when you start to renew the mind and think futuristic, it's nothing that these parasite jackals can do to stop you. Nothing. They conditioned you to believe that you were something you was not, and hit you with the Freddy Krueger effect. You've lost your ability to dream. You've lost your ability to see yourself outside of your current circumstances. Because when you go into the dream world, Freddy is there to unalive you. They put it in the movie and you thought you was watching a movie, but that's the actual reality. You've lost your ability to dream. And you lost your ability to imagine and see yourself outside of these circumstances to recreate the circumstances that you would desire.
He said no.
And when you start to redevelop that mindset again, watch out. Because we already influence the world just with our bodies and not even our heads. So imagine when we connect the head back to the body. It's over again. Freddy Krueger no longer has any power over. But everybody leave a comment. Y'all got me in my bishop mode. Let me stop. Let me leave everybody leave a comment in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think. And let me know if you all want to further this discussion. All right. So remember, I love y'all. To the next time. Peace.
Peace. All right, y'all. I'm gonna end it now. Thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to crew. Shout out to Goddess. Anybody that was speaking or not speaking?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live here tonight or this morning. See everybody or no, whatever.